it's not happening. So there we go.
Yeah.
So I apologize to the attendees. We're starting a little bit late. Hannah from the county lost power and is dealing with that. And we'll get started in just a couple minutes. I want to give her an opportunity to get back, but if she's not back in a minute or two, we'll get started. And welcome. We were getting worried we didn't see any attendees, and now I see like 24. So that's good. Thank you for showing up. We appreciate it.
We have some very nice background shots here.
Yeah.
I like the rainbow. Good work, Susan.
That was last night.
It's lovely, a double rainbow.
South Kenwood.
Someone said that they saw that double rainbow. I did not,
Stunning.
but it sure is gorgeous.
And it was hailing.
Vicky raised her hand because she's not in here yet. Okay. We're going to let Vicky talk.
Can you promote her, Arthur, by like right clicking on her or doing something
Okay,
of
let's
that
see.
nature? You might be able to promote her to panelist.
Promote to panelists. There we go.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you so much.
So I don't know if you heard, but we'll start in about 1 minute. If Hannah doesn't show up in 1 more minute, we'll get started. Hey, Damon, good to see you. Well, I think I'm inclined to start things, and I'm sure Hannah will be here very soon. So I'd like to call, let's see, do we have our transcriptionist here? We have our Spanish translator, right? Alondra, do we, Susan, is there anybody else who should be here that we don't have?
Well, I think on Hannah, sometimes Ariel comes in and maybe I can text her to see if she can pinch hit for Hannah. So I'll text her now.
Okay. Thanks for your patience, everybody.
Okay, we'll see if Ariel can jump on, but I would say you're recording. Go ahead and start the meeting, and
Yeah.
I'm sure that Ariel will jump on whenever she can.
Okay. So I'd like to call the December meeting of the North Sonoma Valley Municipal Advisory Council to order. And my name's Arthur Dawson. I'm the chair of the council, and please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. And we unfortunately don't have a flag, but I will salute an imaginary flag. So, okay, join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance
Allegiance to the
Flag
of the
of the
United
United
States
States
of America
America
and to the
and to the
republic
for which it stands,
and
one
one
nation
nation,
under
under
God,
God,
indivisible,
indivisible,
with
with
liberty and
liberty
justice
and
for
justice
all.
for all.
All right, thanks, everybody. So just a couple things. Let's see. I'll make a couple announcements, then we'll take roll call. So we have question and answer and chat are turned off for the meeting. When public comments open, please raise the hand function on Zoom to be recognized and promoted to speak. And if at any time it appears that the meeting's been hacked, we'll immediately terminate it and reschedule for a future date. So hopefully that won't happen. Vice Chair Hendry, would you call roll, please?
Sure. Councilmember Dawson,
Here.
Councilmember Doss,
Present.
Councilmember Eagles,
Here.
Councilmember Newhouser,
Here.
Councilmember Dickey,
Here.
Councilmember Nardo Morgan, Councilmember Oldroyd,
Here.
and Councilmember Cooper.
Here.
All right, sounds like all but Angela, who's up in Sea Ranch.
Yeah, Chair Dawson, she's
Yeah.
trying to get in. I'm going to give her the generic link. I don't have her panelist
I-
link.
Okay.
I'm in.
Oh, there she is.
Yeah, I heard her.
I'm in, but I'm under Matthew Dickey for some reason. I apologize.
All right, well, welcome. So we've got everybody, I think. Do I have an approval of the October, right, do I have a move to approve the October and the November minutes, which include approving the funding request for the Camino de los Altares?
So moved.
All right, do I have a second?
Second.
second.
I should say, are there any corrections or amendments to the minutes before we vote? All right, all in favor of approving the minutes for October, November, raise your hand and say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? All right, the minutes for November and October are approved. And now we're going to move on to public comment. And so this is an opportunity for any member of the public to speak on items that are not on the agenda. When we get to those, you'll have another opportunity. So let's see, we didn't receive any written comment on matters not on the agenda. Could we see a show of hands? I'm gonna have to, I don't usually mess with this part of my Zoom, so bear with me here. Okay, let's see. I just want to see. Okay, I think if I go to chat, I should be able to see hands up. Is that right?
And Chair Dawson, I've been able
Oh,
to.
good.
Hi there.
All right, welcome back, Hannah.
Thank you. And I apologize for the technical difficulty, but I have
That's all
power.
right. Yeah, that's pretty quick, actually. So we just approved the minutes for the last 2 months, and now we're about to do public comment. And I was just fumbling with the buttons on my computer trying to figure out how to see the hands, but hey, you'll know how to do that.
Yes, happy to run it.
Okay. And we'll have a limit of 2 minutes, and we probably should have a timer, so people who want to comment can see how much time they have.
So Chair Dawson, we have one hand raised. So I'll go ahead and share my screen with the timer. And this is for Scott. Scott, you should now be able to unmute yourself, and you have 2 minutes.
All right, Scott, welcome. Scott, could you check your microphone?
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah, when you said raise your hand, I came in a little late, so I thought you were just checking on people who were here.
Oh, so no comment?
No, not at this time.
Okay, all right, thanks. Any other comments from the public? Okay,
And no further hands.
all right. Then I think we can move on to our update from Supervisor Gorin.
I apologize, Chair Dawson. We did get one last hand there.
Oops, okay.
And this one is for Hugh. Hugh, you should now be able to unmute yourself, and you'll have 2
Okay.
minutes.
All right,
Sorry
welcome,
about
Hugh.
that. Hi, can you hear me now?
Yeah,
Thanks. I just wanted to ask, are you just asking for comments on matters that are not on your agenda? Or
right.
Can I, anything?
Well, things not on the agenda, so if it's on the agenda, wait until we get to that item.
I'll be glad to wait. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
And no further
And-
hands.
No other hands? Okay. So now we'll move on to the update from Susan, or Supervisor Gorin. And
I'm Susan. It's all good.
okay, yeah. We're quite sure in these situations.
In a couple more years, I will be a Susan. I'll be a private citizen. And so thank you all for joining us on Zoom. And before you got on, I was commiserating with everybody who needed to be out working or traveling in this horrible, horrible weather. It's just been pounding on and off all afternoon, and expecting probably about an inch of rain and gradual clearing tomorrow. I'll be your weather girl here. Gradual clearing tomorrow. We'll have a couple of days of sunshine where I hope to get some of my hardscape finished before the next atmospheric river comes pounding in. I've enjoyed the lovely warm drought weather of November, and I think those days are gone. Now it's cold and brisk, and we are grateful that we're getting some water, and hopefully it is running off. Our creeks are rushing, and means that please pay attention to road closures. We already know that we've had road closure 116 and 121 around Shellville earlier this week. We forget that that area of Sonoma Valley floods. I think Arthur wrote about it 1 year or two, talking about the flooding around Shellville. And I suspect that elsewhere in the county, we're going to have flooded roads. Obviously, do not drive through standing water. You don't know how deep that water is. And you do not want to have to be rescued by Sonoma Valley Fire and other folks. But thanks, Damon, to all of your firefighters standing by. And word to the warning, word to the wise, don't make them come out in this weather and rescue you. So another very long board meeting day on Tuesday, where we had long discussions about how we might expand the American Rescue Plan Act funding. And the county has incredible needs, including staffing up to administer a lot of the programs that might be funded through the ARPA program. Housing, homelessness, COVID response, absolutely. And I forget all of the other categories, but we're really addressing the inequalities that exist in our community and the hardships that many people have experienced during the past year. So we thank our national government for approving this, and thank you, President Biden, for pushing this through. We desperately need the funds. And by the time we get down to the bottom of understanding the needs of the county and the needs of the staffing, we are getting ready to dispense funds in the community through probably Cura for those families that may not have adequate resources to keep them fed and housed. And so pay attention to that. That'll be coming forward in January for more detail. We'd like to expend some of the funds as rapidly as possible and wait for an RFP process through Alegria de la Cruz and Oscar Chavez for those community organizations to receive some funding for their programs. That was a long item discussion. We also had a number of closed sessions where we discussed potential appointments for IOLERO. You probably read that the director of IOLERO, Carly Navarro, was appointed as a judge. Congratulations, Carlene, but she left very quickly, and now we don't have a director at IOLERO. So we have some thoughts on how we're going to put someone in there until we can do a permanent recruitment. It's complicated because any director of IOLERO needs to go through extensive background checks. So it'll take a while to get someone in there. But we also appointed an interim executive director for the Economic Development Board. As you probably read, Sheba Pearson-Whitley turned in a resignation. Wish her well. I think she did an outstanding job during very, very trying circumstances, helping businesses deal with some of the effects of the pandemic. And our very last item, we also looked at codifying through Permit Sonoma, making permanent some of the changes that we created as a temporary response to COVID. Ability to eat out in parklets, some flexibility in taking out creating more flexibility, making it permanent for businesses to continue doing some of those practices. We did have a number of folks comment that they want to see the county approve the use of composting toilets so that people could live in tiny homes and help to solve some of our homeless issues. And we did agree to take this up early next year, how we can help to create solutions for creating more living conditions for our homeless population. But the tiny homes really do not have sanitation facilities. So that's the key to living in tiny homes. And our final item of the day was approving the redistricting map. Yay! And I want me just take a minute to thank the incredible efforts of all of the folks serving on the Redistricting Commission. The Vice Chair of the Springs MAC, Ray Willett, served, Veronica Vences served, and a few other good folks knowledgeable about the district. They did an excellent job in very, very difficult circumstances because many of them did not understand the nuances of neighborhoods and communities of interest. So I worked hard to advocate for reunification of Bennett Valley. Both the Bennett Valley on the west side of Sonoma Mountain and the east side of Sonoma Mountain all are part of the Bennett Valley area plan. So it was really important that we reunite that community. The other major change is I felt that it really did not make a lot of sense to include the entirety of Rohnert Park in with the coastal areas. So I joined my colleagues in making some changes, and it meant that we divided up northern Santa Rosa into 4 supervisorial districts. Not easy, not fun. We worked on balancing the population. And James Gore moved into some of the areas that I previously represented. I moved into some of the areas that Supervisor Corsi previously represented, but I think it will be fine. I'm very familiar with the neighborhoods and the issues in that part of Santa Rosa. And they may or may not remember me when I served on the city council and as mayor of Santa Rosa, but I'll get out there and introduce myself. James Gore and David Rabbit are both running for re-election, and they will be running for re-election in areas that they have not worked with before. James Gore now has the Shenate campus in his district, and he's crossing his fingers and toes that the sale of that goes through. And it just provides lessons for us as we're going to be commenting on Sonoma Developmental Center. And I'll have some more comments when we get to that in the agenda, but I really want to thank you for another year of incredible service and great work in representing the community and being out there, hearing your concerns and being the voice for community. I so appreciate it, and I know that they do as well. So back to you, Arthur.
All right, well, thank you, Susan, and thank you too for being there and all the effort that you put into so many different things. It makes my head spin even trying to think about it. So I don't know how you do it, but it's impressive. Any council member comments or questions for Susan? I have a feeling we're saving up for later.
At this board meeting, it's okay. I don't take it personally.
Okay. Does anyone in the public, if you'd like to ask Supervisor Gorin any comments, or if you'd like to make any comments or ask any questions, this is an opportunity. Just raise your hand.
Giving folks just a few moments, but at this time, not seeing any hands.
And I will, I had a good conversation with Ann Ching of the Sonoma Valley Unified School District. And she and I compared notes about how we actually outreach to the community to let them know about the redistricting of their area trusteeships. And it's challenging, as you've discovered, to get the attention of folks in the community. So if you have any ideas on how Ann and other trustees might come to the MAC. They need to have the information by February, so time's a wasting. But if you know of folks who are interested in commenting or learning more about the trustee boundaries in the Sonoma Valley Unified, please contact a member of the school board. And I bet you and a group of folks can talk with some of the trustees.
All right, thanks.
I do have a question for Supervisor Gorin.
Yeah, Councilmember Cooper?
I'm wondering, as I kind of followed Sinead and that whole thing in the papers, how would one go? I guess my bottom line question is what are the similarities between that and CDC? Sinead's owned by the county, right? Or they owned by the state?
The similarities are thus. The county owns the entirety of the Sinead campus. It has a number of aging buildings that have been thoroughly vandalized and stripped of copper and wiring, and it has been a security nightmare for the county, costing the county close to $1 million a year for security and vegetation management on the campus. And we still have some county services on the campus, for example, the morgue. So we have allocated, we will be allocating some of the funding from the sale of Sinead to a construction of a new morgue and public health lab on the county campus. And we allocated some of the ARPA funding for that as well. But I call SDC Sinead campus on steroids because the scale of the number of buildings that are really falling down and the infrastructure on the campus is shot is very, very similar. And so my note of caution to the folks in the community, please don't get alarmed that this effort in the planning process is going to result in immediate transfer of ownership from the state to a potential developer. It took 5 rounds of requests for proposals from the county to the development community, nationwide development community. And we received very, very little interest until the last round, where it actually was a fascinating auction with 2 out-of-town bidders bidding each other up. So it's the state, my personal opinion, the state is going to be holding on to this site for a while. Will it be 5 years? Probably not, but it certainly will be longer than 1.
But real quickly, I won't make this long. I'll try to get to my point. The county sold to a private developer. Is the state, and so they'll probably move ahead more quickly than the CDC, right? I mean, that's a fair assumption.
They're spending a lot more than $1 million a year to safeguard and patrol the SDC campus. And so they're anxious to achieve a sale to remove that liability and responsibility to probably a private team of developers. And I think they will be looking at a very sophisticated team. It's not just one purchaser, it'll be a lot of folks that will have to participate in the planning process of working with the community and the county. Once we have a specific plan approved and gone through the development, the entitlement process, the specific plan and the EIR. And I suspect that process may take a little bit longer than the county anticipates as well. The state intends, once we have a final administrative draft, the state intends to issue an RFP for proposals for potential purchasers of the property. And I predict they will have some challenges identifying potential purchasers. So again, I counsel patience as the state navigates through the process. I can't anticipate what happens, but I can sort of predict that it'll be longer than the state wants to see and longer than we think it might take.
The concern, and I'll end with this, is that I just was thinking about this. I live in Kenwood. If we take too long, that our group and other groups and these consultants take a long time, might the state just say, hey, boom, this is just becoming too complex. We're going to sell it whether you guys like it or not. Is that a possibility? That's my
Yeah,
question.
they can do that, but that is the whole reason for the specific plan and the approval of the EIR going through the entitlement process. That is the official action of the county to rezone that property. And it gives us a feeling of assurance that we had a hand in determining the scale of development and the standards and guidelines on the campus. But it does not necessarily mean that a development team wouldn't come in to work with the community to say, listen, we want to shift this, or we want to have increased development here and not here. So I can't predict how that process will play out. I don't have a secret telephone line to the Department of General Services. They don't confide in me, other than I know it's in their interest to try to sell the site.
Thank you.
All right, thanks. So I think, Hannah, can we move on, or do we need to take comments again from the council and the
You
public?
did
after?
already open and close public comment. I do see
Okay.
one hand raised if you would like to reopen it, but you did already open and close it.
If it's an SDC question, why don't we leave that till we actually get to
Wait.
the SDC thing on the agenda?
All right.
Okay, so we're going to move on to item number 5, which is the presentation on the vacation rental ordinance from Permits Sonoma. And Hannah, is Gary Helfrich there, and would you promote him?
He's on his way, or he is here, but being promoted to panelist.
Welcome, Gary. If you can hear me. All right.
Hang on, there we go. I've got to turn my mic off. I don't know if Hannah announced this. I live in West County. We had our requisite half foot of rain so far in this storm.
Jeez.
It's turning to sleet and a couple of trees have gone down, so we have no power. So I'm running on a generator here, and just want to in advance apologize if we lose the internet connection. But let's get the video going.
But Gary, this is Susan. Why is this different from any other storm?
It's not, but sometimes, well, we get more sleet than Sonoma Valley. How about that?
How about that?
It makes it extra delightful. So
Okay.
here we are under the warm glow of the Makita flashlights in the background. So I am Gary Helfrich. I am the project planner for the vacation rental ordinance update. And I'm going to share my screen and go over a quick presentation on what we're doing. But the main purpose of this is a listening session, is to get feedback from the MAC members and from the public on what they would like to see this ordinance become. This is kind of a new approach where we're doing very extensive public outreach in real time while we're developing the ordinance. So we're crafting the ordinance right now with County Council. Let me go to.
And we appreciate that, I gotta say.
It makes a better ordinance. It really does. So that didn't quite land where I wanted it to, but there we go. Okay, so that should, can everyone see the screen? Just want to verify that because it's not a normal.
Yeah.
I've got it set up a little bit differently here. So the first thing that I'd like to talk about is we did a workshop. We've done several workshops with the board, but the last workshop was specifically to get direction from the board on how to proceed with this ordinance. And what we heard was do as much public outreach as possible countywide, because this is a context sensitive issue and vacation rentals on the coast are not necessarily like vacation rentals in Sonoma Valley or like they are in Guerneville. Study the impacts of housing. We commissioned a study by Dr. Robert Eiler at Sonoma State on housing that get into that in just a second. Had some surprising conclusions in that study. The other big one is to have a license program for vacation rentals so that we're separating complying with your performance standards. You know, how you're supposed to run your vacation rental is separate from the land use regulations. And this has everyone else does it this way. By everyone else, I mean most other jurisdictions that have a business license program. Sonoma County does not have one. We share that distinction with Modoc and Siskiyou County, but everyone else has business licenses for things like vacation rentals. A license is easy to enforce. It's easy to revoke for not following standards, and it would really improve our ability to make sure that where vacation rentals are allowed, that they're operated in a manner that doesn't disturb the neighborhood, doesn't create public health or safety issues. But along with that is, we also heard loud and clear that we need to improve our application process, and even more importantly, how we do our enforcement and how we do neighborhood notification of vacation rentals. These are process improvements that we're making right now. We're making these process improvements independent of developing a new ordinance, because part of this is, let's, as a first step, start enforcing the standards that we have in a fair and equitable and efficient manner. Then the board also wanted us to come back with recommendations on land use restrictions, such as density, which would be what percentage of homes in a neighborhood could be vacation rentals. Proximity, which is a little bit different, because that's, you could have 10%, say, of the homes as vacation rentals, but if they're all clustered around one street corner, the poor person who lives there is really getting an impact that wouldn't be addressed with density alone. And then the use restrictions are things like the X zone. And we're also working with fire to consider restrictions in the high fire severity hazard areas on roads that have limited access. And that's a moderately complicated process, but we've heard loud and clear from the public that they would like to see us incorporate some restrictions in those areas. It's important, before I go past land use restrictions, the advantage we have by splitting the ordinance into land use and into performance standards is we cannot apply the land use restrictions in the coastal zone without going through a process of amending the local coastal plan, amending the coastal zoning ordinance, and having both of those certified by the Coastal Commission. And it is a bit more difficult there because vacation rentals are seen by the Coastal Commission as a form, as something that is a very critical component of public access. And it is true, most of the beds that we provide for visitors historically have been in vacation rentals on the coast. So we have to approach the restrictions on the coast a little bit differently than we do inland. So we're only proposing land use restrictions in the inland area, but the licensing program would be countywide. So we have uniform countywide standards for how many people can be in a vacation rental, parking standards, noise standards, et cetera. We've been going around to the max. We've been visiting with both industry groups and neighborhood groups over the last 3 months, actually 4 months now. And this is what we've heard so far. And this session that we're having right now is a continuation. I mean, no hard decisions have been made, and that's why it's really important to hear from members of the MAC and members of the public in North Sonoma Valley. But there's been universal support of licensing vacation rentals, both from neighborhood groups and from the industry itself. So that was kind of good to hear. There's also universal support for creating a 24-hour complaint hotline instead of our current process, which really most citizens have found frustrating. And you know, we definitely agree that people are not calling in complaints about badly run vacation rentals because the process for reporting is so burdensome. So this would use the same system that's being used in Marin County, and I heard this morning it's also being used in El Dorado County, where it's a third party. It's an 800 number. You call up, you give your address, you give the address of the vacation rental. The service 24/7 contacts the manager for the property, makes them go out and take care of the problem, has them report back what they did. And then if you want to, if you're the neighbor being affected, they will return your call and say, this is what's been done. Has the problem been fixed? And create a record. And the record is the important part, because right now, where we're using code enforcement, is difficult to document violations, which really makes it very difficult to have, fair due process in terms of the unfortunate situations where people just can't follow the rules and we've got to revoke their permit. So this is going to provide a much better enforcement system than the one that we have currently. The limitation of corporate ownership does not have anything to do with Picasso, and I've been instructed by county council not to discuss Picasso. So I'm not going to discuss Picasso. This strictly has to do with hosted rentals and a new proposal that we're considering that would allow people, if you're going what we would call the classic Airbnb, you don't have a second home. You've just got your primary home and you're going on vacation for a couple of weeks and you'd like to rent it to somebody. City of San Francisco has a program that has an expedited process for renting your home for a limited number of weekends per year. But in that case, the home would have to be owned by an individual or a family trust. It cannot be in corporate ownership or in fractional ownership. So that's just one to give everyone the context of that bullet point. And that also applies to hosted rentals. And a hosted rental is when you stay at your house and you just rent a bedroom out, but you're in residence while the rental is occurring. And those are great. We've gotten 0 complaints on hosted rentals. The other thing that we've heard both from fire and from people at our workshops is we need to have a very good system to make sure that people in vacation rentals are evacuated early and effectively when evacuation orders occur. The people from outside of the area may not understand the danger of wildfires. They may not understand even how an evacuation order works. So I'm going to get into in just a little bit how we see rolling that out, but we think that's a very important thing to add to the ordinance when it gets updated. We did hear, though, in public input, the X zones and limiting vacation rentals based on proximity, that is whether they're adjacent to you or not, and density, the percentage in a neighborhood. Of all these things that I've listed, the one that really there was a lot of yes and no between the industry and the citizens. I think I keep trying to come up with a better word than citizen. It just sounds so disconnected. But the industry opposes any of these limits, and we think that they're all good tools if they're applied properly. We think that we could work better at applying X zones because they aren't necessarily always where they need to be. And we've got some gaps that have, especially in the valley, have created some very bad situations of concentration. So we want to clean those up as part of the ordinance cleanup. And we do feel that limiting density and proximity can prevent some of the problems we've seen from overconcentration. So the current ordinance, just so everyone knows what a vacation rental is it's defined by state law. So we don't have, it's 30 days, 30 or fewer days is a transient rental. So we don't have any wiggle room in that. That's what it is. We don't allow it in accessory dwelling units, nor do any of the cities. In fact, some of the cities, city of Sonoma, Healdsburg and Sebastopol, Sonoma just prohibits them, and the other 2 cities essentially prohibit them. So they're not even allowed in some of the urban areas. We allow them in the rural residential zones and low density urban residential R1, but we don't allow it in R2 or R3, and that's a lot of the zoning in Agua Caliente is that, and the Springs. We don't allow it in land intensive agriculture, which is our prime agricultural lands, but it's allowed just in these zoning districts. Staff is not proposing to change that to allow it in other zoning districts. And the zoning permit is subject to performance standards. And the plan is to move those performance standards, over to the license, and then have the zoning ordinance really as just the land use restrictions. So that's how it's going to be split into two categories. Right now, you can exceed the standards with a use permit. In the entire history of the program, we've never seen anybody apply for one of those permits and carry it through. The two examples, they realized, the property owners realized that for all that trouble, they should just go for a full bed and breakfast permit, and they did. So to date, we've not seen that used, and our staff's recommendation is going to be to eliminate that. If you want to run a bed and breakfast, then get a use permit for a bed and breakfast. The number of people you can have is limited by the number of bedrooms, and currently it's capped at 12. So that would be a 6-bedroom home, because you get 2 people. No, so it'd be a 5-bedroom home. You get 2 people per bedroom plus 2 people, and we don't count people under 3 years old in this count. And the current ordinance allows up to 18 people during the daytime. We found that allowing more people to occupy the site during the day has been a source of a lot of the complaints. So that is something we're going to bring some policy options forward to, perhaps restrict or just eliminate that exception. And of course, as everyone knows, the current ordinance prohibits vacation rentals in the X zones. We've been tracking this, though. We've seen very little reduction in the number of vacation rentals in the X zones. So whether or not they will be effective long-term, but whether they're effective short-term is something that remains open to debate, because we can't retroactively revoke the permits that have already been lawfully issued within the X zones. So for enforcement, I went over the hotline. We are also going to really put a lot of pressure on the property managers. Right now, the current ordinance really doesn't require accountability on the part of the property managers. If there's a problem, the owner of the property can lose their vacation rental permit, but the property manager is not decertified. A bad property manager can continue just to manage properties. And in some cases, it's a landowner who maybe isn't that sophisticated or really doesn't understand and they're really relying on the property manager, and we need to weed the people out. And the whole point here is on both sides, both on the property manager and the operators. Generally, most people run their operations really well, but that 5 or 6% that does not will disrupt entire neighborhoods and really make it difficult for anybody in the area to have peaceful enjoyment of their property, which you're entitled to. So that's what we're trying to do here with these new performance standards, and making the property manager really the bottom line. The buck stops to the property manager in terms of enforcing the standards. We worked with council whether or not we could replace the zoning permit with a vacation rental license. And the conclusion is the simplest thing, and actually the practice in many other cities, including we found out Petaluma, is you have a vacation rental license in addition to a zoning permit. And the way to think of this is the zoning permit authorizes a use on a piece of land. So it is, and that's what a zoning permit really should be. Oops, hang on, I got to get rid of that. So that's what a zoning permit should be, but sorry, that just disconnected. The idea, though, is to operate that use, you've got to have your license. So you get so the license can be revoked, but the vacation rental permit just identifies as, yes, that's not in an X zone. It meets all of our other criteria. It's not in a hazard area, et cetera, et cetera. It's got a septic system that works, but that's all you're getting right now with your zoning permit. In the coast, it'll be the license only for the foreseeable future. The other thing that's practiced amongst all the Bay Area jurisdictions is a vacation rental license is only valid for 1 year. It actually expires annually. I mean, the word renewal is used, but you're actually reapplying each year. And why that is helpful is if somebody really is not, if somebody has a big history of violations, we can just refuse to accept the application. And that's an easier process to weed out operators that just are not operating responsibly, versus the process to take somebody through the public hearing process, because everybody is entitled to that, to revoke an active license. So essentially everybody is subject under this new ordinance to an annual review that they're meeting standards. The big thing we're changing for the property managers is this last bullet point, is the property manager is responsible for evacuation of guests, and they will be decertified if they fail to do this. And they're required to contact law enforcement if the guests refuse to leave the property. Of course, the property manager doesn't have any legal authority to physically remove people from the property, but we want some pretty strict enforcement of our evacuation orders, because they are evacuation orders. They're a legal order. And finally, in the land use regulations that we're proposing, is this got kind of complicated because we have a hard time defining neighborhoods. Everybody in a neighborhood can define their neighborhood, but there's not geopolitical boundaries around Kenwood. I mean, where's the boundary of Kenwood? Everyone who lives there knows what the boundary of Kenwood is, or Glen Ellen, but it doesn't line up to any other tool that we have, like a census tract, or a water district, or an urban service area. They just don't match that well. So that does make regulating on the basis of density, that is, what percentage of the houses are being used as vacation rentals, is going to be difficult, because we've got to define the areas, and we're beginning to do this, but this is where we really want help from people who live in those neighborhoods, because we don't want to incorrectly identify where the boundaries of the neighborhoods are for the purpose of determining density. And we're going to have that work with proximity. The idea is, you would have, okay, if it's 10% is easy because I can do the math in my head. It isn't necessarily what we're going to recommend, but that's an easy number. If you had an area with 100 homes, that means that 10 of them could be vacation rentals. What proximity means is we would say, yes, but you can't be within 3 parcels, 2 parcels, some number of parcels, not a physical distance, but some number of parcels of another vacation rental. Other jurisdictions use distance, and that seems to be a holdover. It's a traditional method that people do these sorts of restrictions between potentially nuisance uses. But it's in the area, it's from before, when we had GIS and we had computers. It's very easy for us to do this in our GIS system, and then it will recalibrate itself based on the neighborhood. Because if you go over to Arnold Drive, where people are in 5-acre plots, that's really different than going down into the Springs, where people are in 6,500 square foot parcels. And if we use a distance, it would have radically different outcomes. And for instance, on Arnold Drive, it might be, we don't restrict anybody because it doesn't even make it to the property line. So we're planning on doing the proximity based on the number of adjacent parcels you've got to skip over before you get to, before you're able to put in another vacation rental. We're working on those maps. I wish I'd had those maps for tonight, but they're not. It's easier to see graphically, especially for people who just think visually. This is kind of a good reference for everyone to have, because this is where our fires have been and where our concentration of vacation rentals are. And it's just good to understand that the valley is the only area where there's high concentration inside the area, inside the burn areas or adjacent to the burn areas, but that the concentrations that we see on the river are actually far higher than the concentrations that we see in Sonoma Valley, and there are no X zones there. So that's a thing that we're looking at in the 5th district. But this presentation is focused on North Sonoma Valley. I just think it's always important for people to, kind of see everything in the countywide perspective. Almost done here. we're going to clarify our parking standards, and that's a really big deal for people that are on small, narrow roads or on private roads. Our zoning code has definitions of a parking space, and we haven't applied it. It's just simply not referenced it's an oversight in the vacation rental ordinance. So that is going to go in there. That's the code reference down here. And if you don't have off-street parking, our proposal is to limit you to 4 guests and maybe 0, because that's only if the road meets fire safe standards. So if you're on a nice wide road that we can get a fire truck down and that you can get garbage pickup and everything else, you'll be limited to 4 guests. If you can't park more than 6 feet from the road center line, this is a very old ordinance that the board passed in the 60s. But you're not allowed to park within 6 feet of a road center line. So if your road is too skinny to get the vehicle has to be entirely 6 feet away from the road center line, then you won't be able to get a permit for vacation rental until you provide adequate off-street parking. Most of these, yes, I've gone over all of these things. So I think I'd like to take it down to, questions and more important than that, recommendations, things that you think that we're missing that we need to put in this ordinance. And I'm going to stop the share. I can bring it back up if somebody wants to see one of the slides.
Thank you, Gary. So any comments or questions from council members? I appreciate all the detail. Yeah, there's a lot. You guys have put a lot of thought into this.
Yeah, I do. Unless someone else.
Yeah, Councilmember Newhouser.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to comment on this. The first thing that came to my mind was this deserves a whole meeting. This is a complex issue. There's lots to discuss. And this meeting has a lot ahead of us as far as the SDC issues to discuss and more presentations. So I would really appreciate the opportunity to discuss this in length at a future date. I think it's also what would be great is to have a link or a place where we can send comments for this process. But I want to thank you, Gary, for your presentation. I thought it was great. And I thought it's somewhat ironic that that a lot of this fuss over vacation rentals and how much work you're having to do to rein in what has gotten out of control relates to what Supervisor Gorin said earlier about how many inequities and there are and how many people are suffering right now. And I would argue that a lot of this vacation rental is benefiting those who obviously have more than one home or many homes, more so than anyone else, and that it's creating kind of an entrenched economic advantage for those who already are well off. Several questions. You don't necessarily have to answer them all right now, but I'm wondering, why don't we just ban vacation rentals like Napa County does? You're talking, and I'm wondering how many units you're restricted to having at this point in time. Okay, you may have answered that earlier, but I might have missed that. And also, what duration is the permit? Does it have a 3-year life, a 10-year life? And also, can zoning be reversed? In other words, if you're in X zone or you're not in X zone, can that be changed? What if neighbors, say that 15 to 40 homes that define themselves as a neighborhood decide, hey, we don't want vacation rentals. It's bad for our neighborhood. Can they band together, submit a petition, and get zoned as an X zone? And maybe there should be rolling opportunities. If you're going to create all of these narrow definitions and proximity and density rules, then that gives some people a distinct advantage over others. Maybe those should expire over a certain period of time to allow others, if they apply for a vacation rental. Thank you.
Chair Dawson, would you like me to address comments individually or wait until all the commissioners have asked their questions?
Why don't we, if you're okay, let's take all the questions and comments first, and then you can answer. Any other comments or questions from council members? Yeah, Council Member Cooper.
Sorry.
Oh.
Yeah, okay, sorry. Just a quick question about, I did some, a year before the fires of 17, I did some Airbnb when we left. I wondered about the sound and lighting restriction. Is it uniform? Is there one? I never knew. I asked and could never find that out. It's pretty important. Both it was for me as somebody coming on my property and my neighbors. I didn't hear you mention that.
All right, thanks. Thanks, Councilmember Cooper. And Councilmember Das.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Gary, in regards to the restriction for day use, one of the real problems that we have in Kenwood and surrounding creeks and valleys around Kenwood is that a number of people may rent a home as a vacation rental per your guidelines, but then proceed to have an all-day party that goes well into the night. I was trying to understand exactly, if I understood what you're saying, a 6-bedroom home would have a limit of 12 persons with no more than 18 total persons on the property. What happens is one or two couples rents a home in the Kenwood area and then proceeds to have a 2-day party going on where there could be many times more that I even guess, but sometimes there's 20 or 30 people, cars parked up and down the street, either in the creeks and valleys or in the village itself. And that's been the problem, is this nuisance issue. And so I'm trying to understand if you were saying the restriction would limit, as you were reporting, would limit the number of persons in the home, the vacation rental, to 18.
Thank you, Councilmember Das and Councilmember Oldroyd.
I have a question about if someone is an existing permit holder, I think permit's the right word, then the process would be to have the zoning permit, as I understand it, have the zoning permit grandfathered, and then you have to acquire a new business permit. Am I right?
And thank you. And Councilmember Hendren.
Yeah, thank you. I'm really happy to hear that you're separating the licensing in order to from the permitting in order to enforce and regulate the operations, and that there'll be increased accountability for property managers. I think that goes a long way to address a lot of the issues. But when are you going to determine specifics, like specific numbers of violations that would cause somebody not to have their license renewed, specifics about density and exclusion zones, and how do people outside of this meeting get their comments on those numbers to you?
Thank you, Councilmember. Any other questions or comments from council members? Okay, how about, yeah, Councilmember Dickey?
Just a quick question regarding standards for property management. He said that there were going to be standards for those people. I'm wondering if those standards are being developed.
All right, thanks. Gary, would you, if there's no other questions or comments from council members, Gary, would you prefer to answer those now?
Sure.
You won't take public comments and questions?
Okay, easy to do. Two of the questions that you asked me are for Supervisor Gorin. Why don't we ban vacation rentals entirely? If the board gave us that direction, we would certainly pursue it. I mean, there is an important thing to understand here, and I'm not passing bucks or anything like that, but we all have our roles, and my role as staff is to follow the direction that we receive from the board and come back to the board with a recommendation for policies that will help them carry out their direction. If whatever that direction is, that's my job, is to carry out the direction. It's the same thing with zone. Of course, zoning can be changed, but it can't be changed by staff. I mean, all zoning is a legislative act. But I think both of those are out. Both of those are outside of the scope of the direction that we received. So right now we're just proceeding on the direction we received from the board, and an outright ban is not something that was recommended as a policy option to come back with. Let's see.
And
Yes.
Gary, can I just add, thank you for the presentation. Thank you, all good questions. For those of you who've been following this issue, it's been part of my life for 9 years. And we are fortunate to have worked with Permit Sonoma to create the exclusion zones, 10 different exclusion zones a number of years ago. And now Linda Hopkins in the 5th district has recognized that the overabundance of vacation rentals has really severely threatened her housing stock. So she has been advocating for exclusion zones or consideration for the past year. It took the board to create opportunities to bring this before you and consider this again. Thank you, Gary, for your research and great suggestions. It's not easy to create an exclusion zone. And there are neighborhoods in the valley who have chosen to do that, but they have had to shoulder very expensive fees from Permit Sonoma, $16,000 sometimes. So that's why I was anxious for this opportunity to really look at something holistic and not have to call neighborhoods, not have to ask neighborhoods to shoulder the financial burden. But you may recall, I asked my colleagues during the discussion early on for a moratorium for all vacation rental permits in District 1. And my colleagues said, no. So we created the exclusion zones. And now we're dealing with some of the water balloon effects outside of the exclusion zone. So thanks, Gary. And you're right, Mark, we could have a whole meeting just about this.
Thank you, Supervisor. Let me answer a few more of these. Yes, we do have noise standards are already part of everybody's permit. Once again, that falls back into a problem with enforcement rather than a problem with the ordinance. The ordinance actually has some very good restrictions on sound, and we're adding very tight restrictions on light. In fact, we're going to duplicate our standard condition that we have for any design review permit. If any of you have built a house in the valley and had to go through design review, there's a lighting standard, and we expect any vacation rental to adhere to that lighting standard, which is pretty easy to understand. You read it and it's a bunch of technical wonky stuff, and then you see this thing that says light trespass cannot be more than 1 lux, and you're like, I don't even get it. We picked that 1 lux is how bright the full moon is, and we're saying you can't let light go past your property line that's brighter than a full moon, and everybody understands how bright that is. So that's an easy standard to enforce. But once again, enforcement is key here, and that's really the companion to this ordinance. Is we have to look at, maybe it's not, in some cases, not a matter of doing a new ordinance, it's a matter of enforcing what we've got already. Yes, everybody's going to get a business license. We will issue them at no cost the first year to current holders, and then they're expected to pay their renewal fee or the reapplication fee every year after that. And it is a 1-year term. They expire in 1 year. So I hope that answers the question of how long does the license go for. We are keeping the 3 strikes rule, and what we have to do there is do a little bit better job of defining what a strike is. If everyone's not familiar with that, is right now if you get 3 administrative citations, we can take you to a hearing for revocation. With a licensing program, the nice thing is we have a lot of other tools at our disposal. We can charge you administrative fines. We can suspend your license for 30 days. There's other things we can do that are short of full revocation, which is a way to do progressive enforcement. Because right now, it's all or nothing. We wait till you got the strikes, and then we have to take you to a public hearing. We don't have a way to administratively fine an operator for not following their standards. And that especially has to do with occupancy. It's not legal for anybody to have right now to have more than 18 people on their property. And one of staff's policy options is we think it should just be limited to the number of guests they're allowed to have in the house. So if you're allowed to have 12 guests, that's how many people can be on the property. There's, we picked 18 because it is realistic that people may have, friends. Let's think of, they're not having an all weekend long party. They're just having some friends over that they know in the area. That isn't necessarily a violation. And that scenario certainly doesn't create nuisance for the neighbors as long as people are behaving well. But I do want to emphasize is it's not permitted for any vacation rental to have more than 18 people on the premises right now. And with our enforcement, this is another thing I want to emphasize is why the hotline we think is going to make such a difference is in a lot of areas, and we're hearing this, I think more in the river, but certainly I've heard it loud and clear in the valley as well, that people are just frustrated with the enforcement process. And so they stop calling in complaints because they think that nothing is done. And then that creates a situation where we don't have an administrative record when we get pushback on why you're doing this, why you're restricting what we can do with vacation rentals. There's no record that supports that this is a problem because there's no complaints, because the public is frankly frustrated at our complaint process. So we want to break that cycle, and we can do that internally without any action by the board, and we're going to. Let's see what else they have here. I think that's everybody's questions. Did I miss something?
Thank you, Gary. Yeah, Councilmember Newhouser. And then we'll get to the public comments in just a moment.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Arthur. Yeah, Gary, thank you for answering those questions. One question, and I have one last comment. One of the questions was, what are you currently or planning to restrict the number of units to per entity?
We don't have a policy option to do that currently. We have considered that. We've talked about it with county council, and the difficulty is the number of different ways that people own properties. And I'm not talking about fractional rentals and things like that, but just simply things like family trusts, people who have undivided tenant and common interest in a property. These are kind of benign things that everybody has. So the house is owned by the family trust. How do we, and a member of the trust also owns an individual house. Is that a second home owned by the trust, or does that person own 2 houses? And I'm bringing that up as, yeah, we can answer that question, but it gets to be very, very difficult to come up with a set of regulations that would create a repeatable, adequate standard there, where in all cases, we could limit to a certain number. But that is something we've heard from the public, is limit the number of permits that an individual could hold. In fact, even the industry has said nobody should be able to hold more than 3 permits. But the problem is going to be enforcement, not, we can write the regulation, but we have to worry about it. Is it an easily enforceable regulation? Because it'll be like our performance standards. It loses its teeth if people think it's never enforced.
Thank you. And also where to submit comments to, if you could post that. Are you still taking comments, and what is the deadline?
We are taking comments right to when the chair gavels the Board of Supervisors hearing for the ordinance sometime in the spring. We do have a first hearing for, now we've approached this differently than other projects. And I think this is a new model for us going forward on controversial ordinances, where we, instead of holding a hearing for the ordinances our first time at the Planning Commission, we hold a workshop with the Planning Commission. Then we come back months later after we've digested everything and come up with a draft ordinance. So we've had that workshop already in November, and our draft ordinance will be going to the Planning Commission on January 20th. So it would be good to get comments in before that first Planning Commission hearing, simply so that the commission can be making their decisions and their recommendations in the context of everyone's input. I mean, what we're trying to avoid is, for lack of a better term, the illusion of inclusion, that we come in with a fully done ordinance and it goes to the Planning Commission and it's kind of a pro forma approval. And this is definitely not that. This is something where we want the input to shape the ordinance.
Thank you. Just a final comment. I think it's reprehensible that we're allowing vacation rentals to proliferate when we have housing crisis. We're losing worker housing. This is unfortunate that the other fellow supervisors are not willing to enforce a moratorium. I know that that's not your responsibility. You have a limited purview on this issue, but I think that it would be appropriate to communicate to your superiors that this is not working. I think we should ban vacation rentals because it's driving the speculation that's forcing the people out of their homes and the affordability for workers and other people. So it's just, to me, it is the elephant in the room. And I think that it needs to be addressed. Anyway, thank you for letting me rant.
Well, no, it's
you,
an excellent comment, and this is why the board directed us to do yet another study. And we unfortunately have not been able to establish a nexus between vacation rentals and housing prices, rental prices, and housing affordability. I mean, it's as one of the other supervisors said, show me the data, and that's a powerful thing when we're recommending
Good point.
policy. Intuitively, it makes what you're saying makes sense. It makes sense to all of us. We find the conclusion very counterintuitive. However, this is done by a very well-respected local economist who dug about as deep as you can dig into all the data, and it just isn't possible to find a link between the two. And there were two reasons that we think this is. One is, in a lot of areas, it's picking off the high-end housing. In some areas that's absolutely true, and that's not affecting affordable housing. And in other areas like the Russian River, a large part, it's a very different situation there, where many of these vacation rentals are old family homes that never were on the market as rental homes. They're just the place you go to up on the river. You've owned it forever. You've got your place on Vacation Beach. You don't have a mortgage. You don't pay taxes on it. But the thing is, it's not part of our housing stock. So those numbers just slip through the cracks. And of course, the other way to look at it is, well, if we ban vacation rentals, maybe those things would go onto the rental market. But that's something that's really tough to, first of all, even identify homes that are in that category, even though we know there's quite a bit of them in the Russian River area, and then see how many of them, they have to be available for rent or sale to be considered to be part of the housing stock. So it's a very tough question to answer. And it's one of those things where common sense may tell you that the numbers in the report aren't telling the whole story, but we've tried really, really hard. We've done 2 big studies on this.
Well, thank you, Gary. And shall we move on to public comments, and appreciate the patience of the public, and we will get to SDC very soon, but first let's take some questions for Gary.
All right, so we have some folks raising their hands. First up, we have Jay. Jay, you should now be able to unmute yourself and you have 2 minutes.
Welcome, Jay.
Hi, guys. Let me see if I can unmute myself. Hold on.
We can hear you.
Oh, good. One quick question. It's really simple. It had to do with the parking spaces. And you've come up with 4 guests. Is it where you've only got, we have no street parking or we have limited street parking? And why is it linked to the number of guests and not to the number of cars that show up? You could have 4 different cars, or you might have 1 car with 4 guests. I don't understand the linkage between parking and guest numbers. So that was it. Also, I would also like to know if there is any source or any existing discussion at the policy board level from Ms. Gordon, I think this is for, of exactly why vacation rentals are needed or have to have it here, why short-term rentals. I guess that's how Napa controls it, if I understand right, nothing below 30 days or 2 weeks or whatever. It doesn't have to be set on an overnight basis. And that sort of obviates the ownership issues that get so difficult with having to examine these on an ownership by ownership basis. That can get very complicated, as Gary says. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Jay.
All right, and next up we have Meg. Meg,
Welcome, Meg.
You should now be able to unmute yourself and you'll have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thanks, Gary. I'm glad you're working on this and getting things more specific. My first question is, I really didn't understand how you enforce the 24-hour complaint. It's a huge problem. So could you just go over that? And then the second comment, I guess, is noise standards are an enormous problem in rural places where sound carries for miles and miles. I live, 20 miles from Sears Point, and I hear the races. So is there consideration of having no outside amplification under any circumstances? Because that would really help.
That I can give a quick answer to both those questions. Is the 24-hour hotline is done by a third party under contract, and it is a live phone line that's available 24/7, 365 for complaints. It's the same system that Marin is using, and it's funded by the permit fees. So it's a self-funding system. The noise standards are the same as the general plan noise standards. I think just enforcing those is going to be a good first step. And they do have, our noise standards do have a provision for adjusting the noise threshold downward based on the ambient noise.
Thanks, Gary.
All right, next up we have Josette. Josette, you should now be able to unmute and you'll have 2 minutes.
Welcome, Josette.
Hi, I'll try to make it quick with my 2 minutes. Yeah, the car and guest thing makes no sense because normally, it just doesn't make sense. It should be based on cars. As for example, we own a 3-bedroom vacation rental, and so that's 6 guests, but we're in the Springs, so you're gonna have a car or 2. So anyway, okay. And then the other question I have, or the other thing is, Gary, is there a line of communication so that I can find out what's in the draft right now and communicate with you? And everything has to be in by, you think by January 20th would be when we should get our comments or our concerns. And then just very quickly, the last time I heard you speak, there was talk about posting a sign up identifying it as a vacation rental. And I was hoping that that's been removed because that's going to tip off people that there are people coming and going at different times and that a house may be vacant. So those are my questions. Thanks.
All right,
Okay,
thank you.
I can give some quick
ahead.
answers here.
Yeah.
The sign, as you noticed, it was not in my presentation. It's no longer part of it. You will send a registered mail every time you renew your license to your neighbors saying you've renewed your license, and that's how the neighbor notification is going to work. Just wanted to clarify quickly the parking thing. If you've got no parking at all, you can only have a 1-bedroom, regardless of the size of your house, vacation rental, and that's 4 people. I mean, that's where the 4 comes from, but you're limited, no matter how big your house is, to a 1-bedroom rental, which isn't any different than if it was occupied full time. People are going to have cars parking there, but that's how that works, or that's how that will work. Oh, and the final thing is, while any legal document is under development, being reviewed by council is not a public document. So unfortunately, we can't distribute it, but I am happy to meet and discuss with anybody, anytime, any aspect of the ordinance. And you can contact me directly at my county email. I should have had that on a big slide, but I'll give it to everybody at the end of this.
Thank you, Gary. And next public comment.
Yes, next up we have Katie. Katie, you should now be able to unmute.
Welcome, Katie.
Hi, good evening. Thank you so much. That was really a great presentation, and I appreciate all of the thought and research that's gone into it. One of the issue of the parking and other things have been addressed that I was interested in, but the ambient light, I wanted to point out that the majority of Kenwood and Glen Ellen do not fall under design review. And so the ambient light provision would only cover a very small percentage of properties in these 2 communities. And I would very much appreciate if that was somehow taken into account, that it was not limited just to properties that fall under design review. And then I may have missed this, but will there be any purview over fractional rentals? Because, and I ask this because we do have one on our street, and it's been incredibly disruptive to the neighbors who live adjacent to it. There's no one that they can identify to contact, even among the owners, because when they do speak with the people who are staying there, they just blow them off. They just say they're just here for the week or the weekend. And they've actually sustained damages. And without having any source of point of contact, it's really become problematic for them. Thank you very much.
Okay, to answer, perhaps I should have been clear. The light standard applies to anybody who's got a vacation rental. We're using the design review standard as a model for how bright things can be. So it applies whether or not your home is subject to design review. If you're going to run a vacation rental, you've got to follow those standards for exterior lighting. Fractional rentals, if it's not being rented on a transient basis to a third party, we don't have unfortunately, any legal control over that. So that's just something simply we can't control. The owners of a property. You know, if you have a family trust with 30 members of the trust, they can all hang out at the house anytime they want to. But if it's a vacation rental, there will be a property manager number. The neighbors will have that number, and they'll have a 24/7 hotline that they can call up and have problems taken care of.
Thank you, Gary. And another comment?
Yes, this is for David. David,
Welcome,
you
David.
should now be able to unmute.
Hello, yes, I'm David. And first I want to read to you an email that I sent on August 23rd of 2015 when vacation rentals were ordinance being discussed. I said, limit density of vacation rentals, restrict vacation rental proximity such that no one property be within 100 feet or more than one vacation rental. So hopefully, I wish you'd listened to me 6 years ago. But anyway, it looks like you are now. That's good. In terms of impact on vacation rental housing, I do agree. It's really tough. You can't find the nexus. About a year ago, did send this into. I put this together from Zillow, and most are high-end homes. And looking at the Zillow estimate for rentals, 50% of those would rent for $4,000 a month or more. Now I know Zillow is not the greatest for individual houses, but they have some good for looking at kind of trends and overall. So I really think that vacation rentals guests, you should be allowed to have additional guests during the day. By the way, full disclosure, I do own one vacation rental in the Springs, and no, I am not wealthy. So, can't lump all the vacation rental owners with people that are well-to-do. We're getting by, and part of the reason we can get by is because we have income from vacation rental. And then I had, let's see, a couple of questions. What is the cost of the license per year? I know the first year is free. And the other one we've asked, my wife has asked this question before, is how many vacation rentals zoning permits have been revoked because of issues? That's it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, David. Gary?
No permits have been revoked, which doesn't mean that there's no bad behavior, but it does maybe say something about enforcement. The renewal fee will be identical to the monitor. Basically the monitoring fee that you're paying now annually for your vacation rental zoning permit is going to be your license renewal fee. So there won't be any change in cost to the property owner.
All right. Thanks, Gary. And Hannah, any more public comments?
And I see no further hands.
All right. Thanks, everybody.
We got
thank
one
you.
more. Sorry about that.
One more. Okay. No problem.
1 second while I get the slide back up.
Yeah, it looks like it's Deborah. Welcome, Deborah.
All right. Deborah, you should now be able to unmute. And Deborah, it looks like you're still muted. Should now have the ability to unmute yourself. I'm gonna try and send you a prompt to unmute. I'll send that right now. And it looks like you're still having trouble. You can email your comments to me directly. My email address is on the agenda, and I can share your comments as well with Gary and with the full Mac. Sorry about that.
Sorry, Deborah. It looks like there's one more person raise their hand while we were talking.
So Elizabeth, you should now be able to talk or unmute yourself.
Welcome, Elizabeth.
See, thank you.
There we go.
The opportunity.
We're curious if any projections have been made from the anticipated revenue and then the associated costs to administer and to enforce these regulations. Thank you.
All right, Gary.
The compliance, the monitoring fee that we currently collect is more than adequate to make the enforcement program self-sustaining. So far as the overall TOT collection, that would be a question for the Economic Development Board, but I would caution you that during COVID, those numbers are going to make very little sense in terms of trends.
All right, thanks, Gary. And Hannah, any other comments from the public?
Seeing no further hands, I'll go ahead and stop the share.
Okay, thanks. Thanks, everybody. And thank you, Gary, for your presentation and all your answering of questions. We appreciate your work.
You're welcome. Hannah could probably distribute my contact information for members of the public. How would you like to do that? Because I know we're running late here. So
Gary, I could go ahead and put your email in the chat for everyone. Is that all right?
That's perfect.
All right.
Excellent.
That'll just take me one moment.
All right. And so let's move on to item number 6, which is community visions for the Sonoma Developmental Center. And I just want to say a few words to start out. At some point in the last week or two, either I or somebody I was emailing with got corrected for calling it creating a community vision, because there's actually, if you look at the alternatives report, it actually has a vision spelled out in quite a bit of detail, and it also has the guiding principles. And those were developed from the community over time. Those are developed from the input from the PAT, the project advisory team. And so I read those over, and really those do cover what the community has said we want for the most part. There's a couple of little things that I'm not super happy about, but they're not big enough that I can't live with them. So I think it's just important to remember that as we move forward with this process, that we want to do this. The county has kind of created this playing field, if you want to call it that, and the guidelines and the vision that are in the report are that playing field. And so if we want to have legitimacy with the county, with the supervisors, then we just need to keep our eye on those things and make sure that we're not like reinventing the vision, because the vision's already there and the guiding principles are there. And I invite you to take a look at them, but I really felt pretty good when I looked at those. The issue is in the devil's in the details. So once the alternatives were actually created, there were many places where I felt like they didn't really follow the guidelines or the vision, but the vision and the guidelines themselves I think are pretty good. And I think, like I was saying, I think we need to try to stick within those to keep our legitimacy with the county. And I just wanted to kind of lay out the working plan that I've been developing with lots of input from people in the community. And this is, always changing, but I think, we're hoping to take a community supported alternative to the supervisors sometime in the next, let's just say 1 to 3 months, hopefully a little later than a little sooner, but it's all going to depend how things shake out. And I think to do that, there's some elements that we're going to need to have so that the supervisors will treat our proposal seriously. One of them is that it's community supported, and that's both in the North Sonoma Valley MAC area and beyond. So looking for support for these ideas, in the Springs and city of Sonoma, and maybe even beyond the valley to some extent. So community supported. I think the alternative that we create should be professionally done. Whether or not you like the proposed alternatives in the report was certainly professionally done. So we want something that's at that level. And we do have, there are some possibilities for pulling in a professional planner. So I'm working on that. And then finally, whatever we send to the supervisors, I think should be officially sanctioned in the sense that, one or more government bodies supports the proposal. So, it should have the support of the MAC since we're working on it, but maybe we can get support from other entities, or at least, we can build that community support that the state is interested in, that the county is interested in, and that is in all the documents. This is supposed to be a community supported plan. So working within all that, what we're doing tonight is we're actually creating the framework for a letter to the supervisors that will be sent in January. And we've all voiced a lot of complaints, and I share most of those. But what we want to do tonight is to really think about what we want at the SDC site, because that's how we make a plan for a proposed alternative. It's got to be what we want. And I think, if you look closely at the alternatives, there are some things that most of us would support. Like I certainly support, a community center there. I support restoring the wetlands. I'd support putting in some ball fields. So those are things that are actually, in the report that we could support. And I think that helps make our case that we're not completely flying off to in another direction, that we are trying to work with what's already there. So tonight we're going to kind of get the framework of that letter, and you'll hear more about that in a little bit. And then we're going to meet again. We're having a special meeting of the MAC on January 5th, where we're going to take the draft that's being formed by the ad hoc committee, and we're going to we'll edit it. And if it gets far enough, we can finalize it and send it to the supervisors after that meeting. And if it doesn't, then we can come back and continue that process at the January 19th regular MAC meeting. And I think we can still get it to the supervisors before their meeting on, I think it's January 25th, but Susan can correct me if we need to have a quicker timeline. From what I'm hearing now, they're not going to vote on, they're going to look at this in January. They're not going to vote on it any sooner than their February meeting. And there's a good chance it's going to go beyond that. So, this is urgent, but it's not necessarily a huge rush. Susan,
Arthur, let me just say that the Permit Sonoma will put the materials on the Permit Sonoma website under SDC that they intend to present to the Board of Supervisors. What the Board of Supervisors will be considering, or the action that they will be taking, is not necessarily a vote on the plan. I intend to just offer some recommendations, directions, and I hope my colleagues do. There may be some policy options, but it's not the final plan, and they're going to come back and tweak the final plan and then send it through the approval process. And that would include I think the CAC again, plus the Planning Commission, plus the Board of Supervisors, potentially by the end of the year. So there's lots of opportunity to revise, to offer comments and revise the plans, and a lot of steps in this process.
And Susan, is there, assuming we do come up with a fully fleshed out alternative, is it possible to present that to the supervisors? How do we do that?
Absolutely. You should. I would encourage you to send it to the supervisors before the January 25th meeting.
Well, that's a huge task,
Then don't aim for a fully fleshed out plan. Aim for a draft of a fleshed out plan.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking was we could do some sort of a draft at some level and let the supervisors know that we're working on a fleshed out plan that will be coming along in the near future.
I think it's important that the supervisors hear from you before that meeting date of January 25th.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. Now we're going to move on, and we have 3 presentations. And the first one is from Tracy Salcido, who's a Glen Ellen resident and very active community member. And so she's been involved in this process for SDC for probably 7 years at least, maybe longer. And so she's going to kind of fill us in on some of the history of what the community's been thinking, and also the results of the poll that was done this week. All right, Tracy.
All right. Hi, everybody. I'm Tracy Salcido. I'm a writer and editor. I'm also the librarian up at Dunbar School, and I have become a thing called a community advocate. So I've been involved in this whole process since 2016 and got involved as part of the Glen Ellen Forum shortly after the Glen Ellen Forum formed. So I'm going to share my screen now. And let's see if I can get this to be a slideshow. Does that look good to you guys?
Mhm.
Okay, so what I've done here is put together a brief history of the various evolutions of a vision and guiding principles for the SDC. And as Arthur said, you know, this has been a process that's been ongoing for a while. The slide starts with the state of California's legislation. They didn't have a vision or guiding principles, but that is part of what is guiding what's going to happen on SDC. Sonoma County's request for proposals had kind of an elements of a vision to it, and those are there. I'm not going to read them because that'll take too long. Back in 2015, Transform SDC got together, and that was kind of the, I want to say the Land Trust was kind of the parent of that one. Anyway, there's their vision. In 2018, Dunbar, the Glen Ellen Forum, the Land Trust, the Ecology Center, and the Glen Ellen Historical Society teamed up. We put on a workshop basically to talk about this very thing. And that's the vision that came out of that. Toby Rosenblatt, as part of all of these conversations, this fellow came up who was the Presidio Trust first chairman of the board, and was appointed to the Presidio Trust board, retired in 2005. He had a vision statement that I've included here. Basically, what came out of all this was that in 2019, the Sonoma Developmental Center Coalition, which is under the auspices of Susan Gorin, we had a workshop. And I would like to read that one. I don't know if I'm going to be able to because it looks like I've got people in my way. But anyway, Eldridge is a place where people of diverse backgrounds and interests live and work together, where natural resources are enhanced, concepts of sustainability and resiliency are put into practice, cultural legacies are honored, and I don't know what that says, but communities is preserved. And I'm assuming that's character, community character. And that I included the kind of a abbreviated statement about Permit Sonoma's alternatives reports, vision and guiding principles. That came out of a couple of workshops, and they are very long. They were very, very thorough, but in essence, they handled, they took most of what we had talked about previously and incorporated them into their vision and guiding principles. Where that falls off, unfortunately, is, as Arthur said, in the actual alternatives that follow on that. So this slide kind of shows you the basic elements. I'm wondering if there's a way I can, oh, yay, okay. Oh, shoot, sorry. Skipping ahead. This slide shows you the basic elements that were included in all of those visions and guiding principles. So affordable housing, community-driven process, open space preservation, trust as governance, economic feasibility, job creation, community character, historic preservation, and adaptive reuse. And you can see that all of these things came out in various ways in the different visions and guiding principles. Open space preservation came out on top. So I'll just go to the next slide. So of all of these that I looked at, open space got 7. It kind of speaks for itself, right? Affordable housing and community character had 6 of the various visions and guiding principles had that. Economic feasibility, job creation, community-driven, historic preservation, and then trust as a governance, and adaptive reuse. So moving on, this very good friend of mine named Shannon Lee decided, with the help of a bunch of community members, that it was important to find out whether these vision and guiding principles still hold true, whether this is still something that people are standing behind, things like open space preservation, things like affordable housing. So she put together a pretty amazing survey and sent it out on Saturday. We have an incredibly small window, right? Unfortunately, you know, we've got just, well, now it sounds like about a month to pull all this together. So in this very short window, we got 672 total responses. 247 of those folks gave us comments in a comment box. Some were just thank yous. We haven't had an opportunity to go through those yet. But we do know, we presented the questions, Shannon presented the questions in Spanish and English side by side on the same survey, so that we know that people were looking at exactly the same questions and responding to them as a community. And some of the comments that we received are in Spanish, so we will have those translated. Let's see. So one of the things that Shannon does, she's very data driven. And the idea behind this was that we would be able to collate data from these responses. And so we have all that data. She has all that data. We can put it together in a report. We're happy to do that for this MAC or any CAC or any county person or whoever will do that. And there's a lot more to analyze. So we'll be looking at what other things come out of this survey that might inform this process or inform you as you're drafting your letter. This gives you an idea of some of the people who responded. You can see that 205 are from Glen Ellen, and that correlates quite closely to some of the very local events that we've had. You know, there are some very strong voices, mine among them, that are local, but we are talking to other people, right? We're talking to our neighbors. Sonoma Valley as a whole, these people are self-identifying, 345 responses, 36 responses from Kenwood, Oakmont, and Bennett Valley, 52 from elsewhere, and a few from outside the county. So here's the open space. And you can see how, so this was scored, you know, what's your highest priority would be a 5, and then going down. Highest priority for preservation of the creek corridor and preservation of open space, more than 90% among 668 people. What that tells me, what that should tell everybody, is that open space needs to be preserved, and it should be preserved now. We don't need to wait for anything. This is a constant plus from this property. It's something everybody wants to see done. And so I would, based on this, say that we should just go ahead and ask the state and ask the county to push that open space preservation forward. And there are plans for that. There are ways that we can do that. The next slide shows that natural resources that that people are interested in preserving, and the wildlife corridor, which I'm sure you've heard a lot about. You can see that has, you know, not like 95% support for preserving that wildlife corridor. That's on the north side of the campus, and I've lost my, there we go. I'm kind of racing through these because I don't want to keep you guys for too long, but recreation was another question that was asked, and it doesn't have quite the backing of the respondents that preserving the open space overall has, but if you combine those two, you get 79.2% of people. That the green is like the highest priority, most important, extremely important, and the next one is most important. So, you know, that 79% of people want to see recreational opportunities offered on that campus and on the property, all told. So, okay, now we're going to get into housing. As you guys probably remember, one of the next level of importance included affordable housing. And it's also a mandate from the state. So this slide shows housing, that how much housing you would support in terms of numbers of units, right? Numbers of dwelling units. And if you look at that slide, it shows that 88% of people are looking to a number that's less than 450 dwellings on the property. And it's not just Glen Ellen that is talking about that, but as you can see, it's also the broader Sonoma Valley. And we also included a bit of demographic information there that is kind of important about, you know, people who are employed supporting it versus people who are retired. On this slide, you know, again, it's very tricky to get at these numbers, right? And that's why there are professionals who've tried to do this, asking these kinds of questions. It gets a little muddy, right? So between 25 and 50%, between 50 and 75%. What's important to look at here is that 76% of people support more than 25% affordable housing on that property. And all of the alternatives, every single one of them is at 24%. So, you know, if we're going to talk about alternatives, we might want to talk about other alternatives for the amount of affordable housing that can be put on that property. This is another one that kind of shows a little bit of how tricky it is to get at these numbers. If you look at the increase the affordable housing side of the slide, you can see that all of the answers from extremely important to not that important at all are fairly close, right? So there's not a whole lot you can read into that other than there's still a whole lot of support for affordable housing. But if you look at increasing the amount of market rate housing on the property, that orange line indicates very clearly that market rate housing is not a priority among the 670 people who answered the survey. And in this, this one, again, is tricky. There, we have the graphs for all this, but it was too much to really kind of put onto a single slide. So what we did was ask questions about things that actually Susan had kind of identified as types of housing that people would like to see on the campus. And so co-housing got 41% people saying yes, duplexes 42. What was striking was that 3-story apartment buildings, and I don't know why it's 3-story, but anyway, that's a pretty significant no. And estate homes, or very mega mansions, they are a resounding no. Okay, so now we're getting into some of the other issues that have come up that are important. And one of them is rural character, the idea of rural character, the idea of preserving the character of Glen Ellen, which as a census identified place, and also Eldridge, which I call Southside Glen Ellen. You know, both of those communities, which are really one community, are designated as rural per the census. And you can see, obviously, Glen Ellen wants to stay Glen Ellen, but Sonoma Valley wants Glen Ellen to stay Glen Ellen. And it doesn't matter if you're employed or retired. Glen Ellen, as it is valuable. And SDC is part of Glen Ellen. It's right in the middle of Glen Ellen. So that's an important thing that kind of gets overlooked in the alternatives. There's, I searched for it. I searched for the term rural character and preserving community character, and it didn't come up anywhere in any of the alternatives. It's only in the vision and guiding principles. So just to reiterate, this is not an urban infill site. There's no way you can construe this as an urban site. It's cherished throughout the valley, and it's really the only place in the valley between Agua Caliente Road and Pythian Road that you can actually call rural. So it's an important, it's a gift to the valley and a gift that we should preserve. I just editorialized, I probably shouldn't have, sorry. this slide addresses the idea of this being a community-driven plan. And I like to say, do you see what you said? So things were said over the course of all these years, and you can see on the slide that it's a pretty resounding no that people did not see what they said. And it's also interesting that there's a no comment element of that that's fairly significant. Not sure what that means, but it's just something that we should take note of and maybe clarify what that means. Let's see. There was no question in the survey about economic feasibility. However, there was a question about the state being responsible for cleaning up toxins, replacing some of the infrastructure, and performing basic remedial maintenance on historic resources. And what this gets at is the economic feasibility right now is driven by the fact that there's $100 million worth of infrastructure repairs identified, at least, that needs to happen on that property. And so to make it economically feasible to redevelop, those costs have to be covered, right? They have to be covered. 90%, more than almost 90% of people who were asked this question think the state should be responsible for that. And that is a significant percentage. If that is mitigated, the driver of density that's included in the alternatives is either eliminated or it's mitigated. And that's significant for everybody to understand. This, again, there wasn't a question about whether a public trust should be included as an element of governance. That clearly is not in any of the alternatives. All of the alternatives assume that the county, via the specific plan, will be responsible for enforcing that specific plan and how things are developed on the property. So, given that caveat that question wasn't asked, the question was asked, are there other options? Do you think that other options should be explored other than market rate housing and commercial development? And again, the overwhelming answer is yes. And so it's important that we consider using a different kind of a model other than market rate housing and commercial development to fund redevelopment of SDC. Oop, I lost my cursor again. This one is not part of the this question, which is about hazards and traffic impacts to the community. That's not something that is addressed in the vision and guiding principles, but is very, 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 very important because, yeah, SDC burned, Glen Ellen burned, a lot of Kenwood burned in 2017. And so we need to be able to make sure that people, whichever people we put in to that area, as well as the people who live here already, have safe ways of getting in and out of our communities. And right now, amongst these respondents, an overwhelming majority do not think that that has been adequately addressed, and that the existing alternatives are too heavy for that kind of safe egress. This one is about historic preservation, and it's a little bit ambiguous because it doesn't talk about exactly which buildings should be preserved, but you can see that people gave highest priority, about 50% of them gave that a high priority. So I'll just leave that where it's at and move on to the next one. Here we're talking, it's another ambiguous slide, and it's about job creation. And so basically, if you add from the yellow line up, important, very important, and extremely important, you get about 66% of the respondents who think that job creation on the property is important. the question that goes along with that is, you know, what creates a job and how much do those jobs pay? Does it have to be, you know, industrial? Does it have to be a hotel resort? Those are questions that, you know, I don't know how we get at. Maybe we do another survey. This slide addresses some of the public facilities that are recommended in the alternatives. What's interesting about this to me is what we're doing right now is a zoning exercise, right? So we're trying to zone this property to allow for specific uses. And what this slide does get at is what some folks would agree to as being specific uses. Now, I'm not a land use planner. I'm not someone who knows what all the zoning designations mean. But to me, what's really significant on this is that look at parks and public squares and walking. You know, that open space, that is so important. We need to set it aside now. Just going to say it again, just set it all aside now. Just move it out of the equation. We don't need to worry about that if it's already set aside. The alternatives talk about different kinds of commercial uses, right? A community center on the property, again, you know, what the zoning looks like for this, I can't say, but a community center gets a lot of support. A hotel resort gets very little, you know, people don't really want to see that use. An innovation or research or climate hub gets quite a bit of support. Again, the question is, how do you zone for that? If you're zoning for that kind of use, can you also end up with an Amazon distribution hub? And here I'll just toss in the idea that I think as a government body, and certainly as a community, you know, we're trying to shove SDC into boxes that already exist, planning boxes, zoning boxes. Maybe it's time to create a new box. And maybe this is a place where we can create that box, something that will enable that kind of a use without enabling other uses that could be less desirable. Finally, this slide asks about whether the current deadline is viable. And Susan kind of hinted at this. This is the first I've heard about, you know, these deadlines being pushed back, you know, for approval of these various plans and getting something actually formulated. You know, it was supposed to be in June, and now I just heard, and I could be wrong, I just heard the end of the year. That gives us more time, and we need more time. And, you know, 81% of people agree we need more time. We need to be able to come up with a plan that actually addresses some of the concerns that are raised in this, not only in this survey, but just across the board since these alternatives have come out. There are really, really good ideas out there that are not part of the alternatives. I'm gonna stop sharing now. I kind of blew through that, so I'm happy to take questions. And I can put the slideshow back up if somebody needs to see another slide. And I also have a PowerPoint of this, so I can send a PowerPoint out that folks could look at. There's a lot of information and people think really hard about this stuff. And it's important that we do not back down or think that we do not have a voice in this process. We do. We are the state of California. We are the county of Sonoma. And so we need to just be fearless about going forward with developing a plan that we want to see, something that fits with this part of the valley and that enhances this part of the valley as well as the rest of Valley and all of Sonoma County. So I'll leave it at that, unless there are questions.
Thank you, Tracy. Yeah, I think I want to open it up to questions, but I also want to just remind people we have 2 more brief presentations. And so if you feel like your question or comment could wait till we're going to also have a general discussion about what's going to go in the letter to the supervisors. So that's going to come after all the presentations. So if you feel like you can wait, please wait. But if you have something really specific for Tracy, this is a good time. And I saw 5, okay, we got 5 participants. So whenever you want to promote people, Hannah, we'll take some questions.
I'm sorry, were you providing direction to your fellow council members or to the public?
Oh, I'm sorry. Good, you're right. I'm supposed to do council members first, I believe. So let's open it to council members for any comments or questions. Yeah, council member Narda Morgan.
Yeah, I just want to say excellent job, Tracy. Thank you so much. That was fabulous. I actually don't have a question for Tracy. I have a comment for Arthur. I just wanted you to know that I got an email from John McCall that his power went out and he will not probably be able to present tonight.
It's too bad.
Yeah, just wanted you to know that. Thanks.
Thanks.
That's too bad. Angela, I just have to say that actually Shannon did like the bulk of the work on this. She's an amazing resource. And one of the things that you guys should know as a MAC is that there are amazing resources around here and that we are at your disposal. So, you know, just let us know what you need. And it's a shame that John isn't going to be here. The idea of a trust is an idea that's come, and we should be talking about that. And my understanding is John was going to talk about that. I mean, Arthur maybe can fill in for that, but it really is the only way that we're going to be able to guarantee that what we say, what we said actually happens on SDC is if there's a local control. The county, in my opinion, and I think the county did a great job with its alternatives. Just there's a lot of work in those. But the one thing they didn't do is reflect community comment and community input. It doesn't feel like a community driven plan. It feels like a cookie cutter plan. And the only way that we're going to ensure, I don't feel confident letting the county, make sure that whatever is done the way it's intended to be done, especially if it's a community driven plan. So I'm sure Susan doesn't want to hear that, but I have my doubts.
Well, unfortunately, the track record at the moment, I'll just say, is not great from, so we're nervous. I'll just put it that way. And Tracy, thanks for a great presentation, and thanks to Shannon if you're listening in. Amazing job. Any other comments or questions from council members? I will say, I'll say just a couple words. I did have a good conversation with John the other day, but I can't really give you the meat of his talk, but I'll just say a couple words, and maybe it would be possible to invite John to the January 5th meeting. It's a special meeting, so it has to have a very tight agenda, but I think that would fit. So we'll see if we can do that. Any other questions or comments from council members? Okay, any comments or questions from the public? I see 5 people with their hands up.
And Chair Dawson, would you like, since it's now only 2 presentations instead of 3, to do all the presentations and then public comment, or take a first wave of public comment right now?
Let's take, if people can try to limit their comments to questions or comments directly related to what Tracy just covered, as opposed to more general SDC things. I think that'll work. So let's, I'll let people self-edit, but if we could do that.
All right.
So yeah, we'll take comments now.
So first up, we have Rebecca. Rebecca, you should.
Welcome, Rebecca.
Evening. Thank you all for a great presentation. I'm Rebecca Hermosillo with Congressman Mike Thompson's office. I just wanted to let you know, Tracy, your presentation was great. Thank you so much. We've been working very closely on the federal side looking for federal funding sources for possible future use for SDC. So I just wanted to give you that heads up, and I'm very happy to run out any questions you have, Tracy, on funding sources for possible future use if you want to leverage that. We had a call with Supervisor Gorin probably 3 weeks ago with our legislative staff, and we're able to identify some funding for wildlife corridors in the Biden infrastructure plan. So I'm happy to help in any way.
That
Oh,
is fabulous.
amazing.
Yeah, thank you, Rebecca.
You're welcome.
Like there's people out there working on this that I wasn't even aware of. So yeah, that's great.
Fantastic.
At pretty high levels too. And Rebecca, nice to hear from you. We haven't seen each other face to face for a while, but I always enjoy running across you virtually or in reality. Okay, next
Next up-
member of the public.
Yeah, we have Larry. Larry, you should now be able to unmute.
Welcome, Larry.
I am emotionally almost in tears, the things you're doing, and the fact that a year ago you didn't have a Mac, we didn't have a Mac, we didn't have a Glen Ellen Forum, we had a kind of a messed up, burned up town. And now look at this, the collaboration and the intelligence and the creativity. We ought to just shift 2 million over to you and charge the county, because you're doing the job that they were actually put it all on video and send it to the state and send it back to the planning department and say, hey guys, this is how it's done. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Larry. I appreciate all those heartfelt comments, and thanks for being part of this amazing community.
All right, next up we have Cherry. Cherry, you should now be able to unmute.
Welcome, Cherry.
Yeah, thank you. Hi, my name is Sherry Del Carlo. First of all, Tracy, thank you so very much for your presentation. I got to take the survey this past weekend, and I was so glad to be able to do so, to have a place to assert my voice and my opinion about the SDC property and its future. Like the previous citizen, I think I'm very pleased to hear what you said around needing to be fearless, and that really this is up for us to decide. So I think as a community, it's critically important, and clearly it's overwhelming that a lot of people do support preservation of the property. So, but my question specifically is, I also happened to get the Kenwood Press today. And right before the meeting, I kind of quickly read the key article which Mr. Dawson had contributed to. And it quotes him as indicating that the discovery about the census and so forth, and that the 3 prior plans aren't compatible in scale with the surrounding community. I just wanted to know how that aligns with one of the questions in the survey, specifically the one about the number of housing units. So I have no idea, like, given what you said, Tracy, about the area that it's, not a lot, right? But which of those numbers of units align to that? If my question's making sense. You're not.
Want me to answer that, or?
Yeah, go ahead, Arthur, because I
Okay.
was actually referring to Arthur. Arthur did the research on that.
So yeah, so I did the research online, looking at what the census is changing its metrics, but either way, Glen Ellen and the what's called the Eldridge Census Designated Place, which is part of Glen Ellen. It's just a bureaucratic delineation. And so anyway, looking at that, you can figure out like it's all considered. Both are considered rural places. Glen Ellen is a rural place, but you can figure out how many people would need to be added to push it up into a urban place. And that's where those numbers came from. So the cutoff is around 450 dwelling units, which translates into a little over 1,000 people probably. And so that's where those numbers came from. So 400 or under would, is obviously well below that. And then the 400 to 450 is sort of pushing at the limit of rural, but not quite going over the edge. And then the other ones would go, push us up into an urban place category. Does that answer your question?
All right, and I can move on to our next commenter.
Okay, yeah.
Next up, we have David. David, you should now be able to unmute.
Welcome, David.
Hi, thanks. And it was excellent survey, much better put together than the PRMD county's alternative survey, because you had a none of the above answer, which was great. There was only one question in which I had to think, and I said no to it being important. That could have been worded better because it had community center, event center together. I support a community center for locals. I do not support an event center for business seminars or events for tourists. So I did not mark that as an important, even though I do think community centers are important, but I didn't mark it because it included event centers. So other than that, I think it was a great survey. So thank you very much for putting it together, presenting it.
Thank you, David. Good feedback there.
And next up, we have Alice.
Welcome, Alice.
Yeah, hi. I'm just piggybacking on what Larry Davis had to say. I mean, yeah, what great work, and just how impressive, what our community could put together in the span of a couple of days and for free. Compared to what the high-paid consultants over the course of 2 years could not even come close to touching, hitting the pulse of the community and really seeing what people are thinking. And I am so impressed and so proud of our community. And really, if you want a community-driven process, look no further. We are here and we have been ignored. And it's just so great to see people coming out of the woodwork and saying, nope, that ain't gonna happen. We need to be heard. And so I just super appreciate all of the effort being put out on so many different levels by so many different people. Just thank you so much. You just wonderful, wonderful. And carry on.
Thank you, Allison. Thank you for all the work that you do with Eldridge for All. And you're a key part of this whole process, like so many others are.
All right, next up we have Patricia.
Welcome, Patricia.
Hi, thank you. And that, yeah, I also want to appreciate the great survey that was done. I used to work at SDC and I'm a disability activist. I just, in view of the, it's my understanding that this project currently the plan is to turn it over to one developer, which, is, the profit motive is the main thing for them. So I'm just wondering what the feasibility of going back to maybe a trust or something with the state would be, so that the main motive isn't profit. I mean, I think whatever happens could be sustainable over the long term. But given that there is, we've seen that, it looks like Mike Thompson is supporting federal funding, and that the state also has a lot of money, that this could be turned over back to envisioned in a different way, so that the community, which clearly has different views than the developers, would be taken more into account. Is there any possibility of that? Thank you.
So yeah, there definitely is possibility of that. We'll probably have to do it as a community at this point. But I'm going to say the Presidio Trust is a model, but it's really not, because so many things are different. But the point is that a new box was created for the Presidio when it was transferred from the Army to the National Park Service. That nothing like that had ever been done before. And we now have a possibility to do something just as creative and just as visionary as was done at the Presidio, it will not look the same. And there will need to be different and creative kinds of financing that will go along with that. We've got land trusts, right, that can take care of the open space. We've got housing trusts that can help us provide the affordable housing that's mandated in the legislation. There are community trusts that can help us re-envision what happens there. The failure of the alternatives right now is that they all are looking at one alternative for economic feasibility. And it's up to us to look at other alternatives for economic feasibility. And they are out there. We just need the time and we need the political will, which hopefully we can get. It could look really good for the politicians if they're the ones who help us create that new box.
Thank you, Tracy. And next public comment.
Next up is Josette. Josette, you should be able to unmute.
Welcome,
Hey.
Josette.
Hi, thank you, Tracy. And I believe it was Shannon that put the poll together. That was a great poll and a great survey. It really worked out great. I did want to mention that the city of Sonoma, I couldn't be in two places at one time tonight. The city of Sonoma is sitting down on a workshop to create a resolution for what they want, what they believe should go into SDC planning tonight. So if you could please reach out to the Sonoma City Council and share the data with them. I'm sure they would love to see it as soon as possible. I was kind of hoping that somehow I could, we could get it to them before their meeting tonight. And my last comment is, does anyone know where we are at with contacting the state to see about two things: extending the time limit and whether or not they will change their laws and resolutions about the infrastructure and the cleanup, whether they will step up, because that would be a big thing for SDC if that funding did not have to be part of the financial feasibility. So those are my questions. Thanks.
I can answer that, but Susan might have a little better answer than I have. I mean, as I understand everything, at some level, everything's still in play. I mean, there's, the state is not going to say they're going to give us more time at this point, but there's always that possibility is always out there, depending how things develop. But I'll let Susan address that question.
In all of my conversations with the state, they've been absolutely firm. The county needs to keep to the timeline. I personally think that they will send an RFP out and seeking possible purchasers for the lot or the site. Everything is part of the negotiation. And so it will, if we have a development team interested in purchasing the site and they're savvy, they're going to negotiate for state contributions for some cleanup funds for the infrastructure. That's all part of the negotiation between a seller and the state. But I have no reason to believe that the state is interested in creating a nonprofit trust. And I have no reason to believe that the state is interested in moving the timeline substantially from what is in the legislation.
Thank you, Susan. Okay, another public comment or question?
Yep, next up is Jim. Jim, you should now be able to unmute.
Welcome, Jim.
Hello.
Hi, Jim. Welcome.
Hi. I'm extremely disappointed to hear Susan say that it is the state who is mandating the timeline, when a clear view and reading of the code of which we're all operating under says that it is It does not say it, the time may be, or excuse me. Let me just get centered here. The problem with the code is that it says that there's an expectation that the thing will be completed within 3 years. It does not say it shall. It does not say that it is a firm timeline. And we need to have leadership, your leadership, in order to ensure that we have the time we need to do what we need to do to make this a reality. And Tracy, your presentation was great. I think you are right. We are the state. We are the county. We are Sonoma Valley. We are Glen Ellen. This is something that unites all of us. And if you remember the one thing that Tip O'Neill said, you know, all politics is local. I am absolutely thrilled that Rebecca is here tonight. I'm thrilled that Mike Thompson's office is here tonight. We should be getting the state involved now. We should not be having them playing some kind of game with us. You know, with regards to holding threats that if we don't do this, then they're going to do that. This is nonsense. We need to recognize that the county is not going to be able to protect this. We look at the Chantel area or what happened there, and we have the owner of that development telling us, you know, that he is considering a casino there. And you may be looking at lawsuits there. We do not want to give developers that cudgel against this process. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. And next question or comment?
Next up, we have Maud. Maud, you should now be able to unmute.
Welcome, Maud.
Okay, I'm unmuted. Oh, Tracy, you need a crown in gold to put on your head. Thank you so much. I am a retired CPA, so I've been digging into the evaluation of how much the costs are. And I haven't found one number that is true. They are all fake numbers. It doesn't cost $357 per square foot to build around Glen Ellen. It costs $800. It's $750 in San Francisco to build a one-story building. There is not a chance on this earth that we can build housing for low income with less than 3 stories. We just have to accept that if we want some housing for low income, we can't build single family homes. We have to go up or underground or whatever, but we have to consolidate. We have to protect the wildlife. We can't have lights all around the creek, etc. But I haven't seen anything that makes sense in this master plan. It seems, I know they are from Oakland, and I don't know how they got selected, but I think they must have been from Alabama before, because it doesn't make sense, anything what they do. And the fact that they haven't considered any items that we have expressed interest or concern about. Thank you.
Thank you, Maud.
And next up is Elizabeth.
Welcome, Elizabeth.
Thank you. This is Elizabeth's spouse and Richard Randolph calling.
Welcome,
And
Richard.
I'd like to ask the board who has jurisdictional responsibility in granting the permits for any type of site remediation or restoration. And is that a possible a wedge or in behalf of this body with the state? And perhaps some of the new federal infrastructure funding could be applied in restoring water and soil. That's an immense task that is before any developer. So again, my question is, who has jurisdiction in granting the permits for any type of demolition or remediation on that, on SDC.
Thanks. Well, the Municipal Advisory Council, we have a fairly limited purview, so I'm going to let Susan answer that question.
Once the county will be the approving body of any permits for any building on the site or demolition or grading.
Thank you, Supervisor. And our next
next commenter is Meg. Meg, you should now be able to unmute.
Welcome, Meg.
Hi, thank you. This is a question directly for Susan. Under the legislation, the timeline is not set in concrete. And I wonder if the supervisors are in conversation with our legislators about extending the time. I understand that the state doesn't want to extend the time, but in private conversations with various legislative offices, they keep saying that the supervisors have to ask. And you see that the community has severe problems with these plans. So is there any movement or ongoing or planned for the supervisors to talk with the electeds and get an extension?
Thanks for the question, Meg. That is one of the reasons that the supervisors will be reviewing the preferred alternative at the end of January. If in fact it is the direction of the board, then we certainly could engage in conversation about extending the timeline. But we have a Brown Act. The supervisors have not had an opportunity to talk amongst ourselves or with Permit Sonoma about any extension of the timeline. I've been on a phone call with all of our state elected leaders in the state, and they've all uniformly been pretty firm and saying they're adhering to the timeline. Doesn't mean that they won't extend the timeline if the supervisors ask, but I think it is premature. I think the supervisors will think it's premature to extend the timeline. And I would want to know why. What would we achieve? Not tonight, but that's part of the conversation that the supervisors will have.
Thank you, Supervisor. And next public comment.
Next up is Nancy. Nancy, you should be able to unmute.
Welcome, Nancy.
Hi, good evening. First, Tracy, thank you. You and Shannon did a superb job. I agree with most of the comments that have already been made. A lot of people covered things I was going to ask. But I wanted to point out the letter to the editor today that talked about long-term value to the community being worth a lot more than immediate monetary return to a developer, and that should definitely be taken into account by the Board of Supervisors. In fact, it's more important that they take that into account than almost anything else, because this is their community. Second, that once you have a specific plan put into operation, it is not easy to come up with a completely different plan or to negotiate aspects of it. As someone earlier said, you find the developer saying, well, I have the right to do X, Y, and Z, and I can interpret that however I wish. And we know there are developers who will push the limits, and we have to be very careful about what we allow to get into those specific plans. And third of all, I'd like to reiterate that the state should absolutely be made responsible for cleaning up the mess that they created. And if they are required to do that, then I'll get finding a developer and meeting the expenses of making the development the way we foresee it will be much, much easier. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. And next comment.
Next up is Jay. Jay, you should be able to unmute.
Welcome, Jay.
Thank you very much. A question, I guess, is aimed for Susan. And I'd like to have a specific definition of who exactly is the state. When you refer to the state, is it DGS? Is it the governor's office? And when you speak to the electives, who is it precisely who determined the content of the original legislation that set forth the requirements that are being met today, that the housing and the economically feasible, where did those mandates come from? Did they come from the legislators themselves? Did they come out of the governor's office, or did DGS decide this was it? Thank you.
Hi, Jay. All good questions. You know the legislative process as well as I do. The legislators drafted the legislation and moved it through both the Assembly and the Senate. I suspect that it's Senator McGuire and Dodd that had the primary drafting responsibilities. But of course, they're going to be consulting with the Department of General Services and the Department of Finance out of the governor's office. So when I refer to the state, there are many folks who've been involved every step along the way, discussing how this process might move forward and drafting and approving the authorizing legislation.
Thank you, Susan. And next comment.
And just doing a last call here, Chair Dawson. I'm not seeing any further hands. Oh, we've got one more.
Welcome, Bean.
Oh, we've got a few more. Okay. Bean, you should now be able to unmute.
Okay, there we go. So I mostly just have a couple of comments. One is that I really appreciate that, there's so many people involved in this and working so hard on it. And as I think it was Sandra Lowe said at the Sonoma City Council meeting, this is going to have, whatever happens here is going to have probably the biggest impact on Sonoma Valley for the whole century. And whatever we do should be worthy of what we do at that site. And I just feel like it's something we should really be proud of. And especially for those of you in government and our representatives, this is going to be a big part of your legacy. And it's something that whatever happens, you should be proud of it and you should take it seriously and be able to look back on it with pride. And so I appreciate all the hard work that people are putting into this just across the board. Thanks.
Thank you, Bean. And just a reminder, we do have another presentation from Kate Eagles coming up. So, people are welcome to comment, or if you want to hold your comments, there'll be another opportunity.
Arthur, this is Susan. Could I make a comment, please?
Sure.
I want to just acknowledge the passion behind all of the comments. Passion, both wanting to get it right, that works for the community. And Arthur, could you maybe stop sharing the screen? I see that 2-minute sign there. And wait, are you only giving me 2 minutes?
That's Hannah. Hannah has, I have no screen control. That's Hannah.
But also, there have been many, many people involved in the coalition to preserve SDC. That coalition was started by Meg, Sonoma Mountain Preservation. Arthur, you're part of that. Pat Elliott, for sure, the late Pat Elliott, Ted Elliott, Wendy Elliott of the Sonoma Land Trust, the Sonoma Ecology Center, every step of, and we had many departments from the county and representatives from the state and federal legislators at every meeting. Was monthly meetings for a while. We had standing room only. The fire department had to kick us all out because we were over capacity. And so it speaks to how important this center has been as an employer, a major employer, the major employer of Sonoma Valley, a caretaking institution, certainly a history of the Native Americans living on the land around and on the SDC, and many folks who've had brothers, sisters, parents, daughters, sons living at the campus. And we hoped every step along the way that it would not come to the point of closing the center, but acknowledging that as the oldest developmental center in California, it was inevitable that this center was going to close. We worked very hard, all of us, to convince our state elected partners that we could be part of the community-driven process to decide the future of the campus. I think we have a responsibility to fulfill that promise that we made to our state elected partners, that we work very hard to create something not only that fits within the context of the community, but building for the future of Sonoma Valley. Our youth, our incredibly diverse community, and certainly Tracy's been part of the discussion about educational opportunities, housing, employment services. And I think, and that's why I encouraged Arthur and all of you to move forward in talking about a positive vision. Let's find something that we can support. It is not enough to say no, no, no. And I've been pretty clear to anybody who asked me, am I supportive of the alternatives? No, I don't like the alternatives. I've had very blunt conversations with Permit Sonoma about the alternatives. I'm somewhat hopeful that the alternative unveiled at the end of this year on the Permit Sonoma website may give us a glimmer of change, may help us restore our faith that someone is listening to us. And hopefully that will happen, because clearly your voices at the CAC and the MAC meetings have been heard in Sacramento, and certainly heard by me, the supervisors, and Permit Sonoma. So I think now is the time to say not no, no, no. Let's talk about the future, the vision of this site. And hopefully we can come up with something very special that fulfills the promise and the obligation that we have to work with the state. I'm less concerned about economic feasibility. I'm less concerned about the cost or the development, penciling out the cost of infrastructure. I think, just as Rebecca Hermosillo has said, that we will be exploring all kinds of sources of revenue from the state and from the federal government to cover many of those costs. I'm concerned about a positive future, a positive vision that we should be able to articulate and agree on. So thank you all for your serious conversations. And I took the survey too. Thank you, Shannon Lee, great survey. And I may have been one of those outliers they really talked about, but I was absolutely saying we need more affordable housing, and as well as employment and a few other things. So great job. And I look forward to hearing the conversation. A number of you have said tonight, we want the supervisors to ask for a delay. If it's appropriate to ask for a delay, I think the supervisors will. But let's give it our all. Let's try to do what we need to do and to figure out what our vision is, and then move it forward through the approval process. So thanks all. I'm listening.
Thank you, Susan. And that is the intent of tonight's meeting, is to start making what I'm calling a laundry list of a positive vision, and Tracy's and Shannon's poll is pointing that way to some of those things. And Kate's going to be on in a few minutes to start thinking about what we want to put in the letter to the supervisors. So we do want to hear from everybody, but let's if at all possible, let's keep this on the positive side. Let's talk about what we want at SDC as opposed to what's gone wrong up to this point. So next public commenter.
All right, give me 1 second to reshare the time. All right, next up is Nick. Nick, you should be able to unmute.
Welcome, Nick.
Thank you, Arthur, and thank you, everybody. And yes, as Supervisor Gorn said, this was a unique negotiation between the state and the county to see if we can work something out. And it's important to work something out for this truly sacred site. And as Supervisor Gorn just asked, what would we achieve with pushing the timetable back a little bit? Well, I think what we are on the cusp of achieving is creating a great project here and a great product here. We clearly have a talented and committed community, and we can develop a really great product. I was doing double duty tonight, monitoring the Sonoma City Council meeting. And I have to say, they, once again, just like December 1st, are very supportive of what the North Sonoma Valley MAC is doing and what many in Glen Ellen are doing. Like they said 2 weeks ago, we are one with Glen Ellen. And that was great to hear from the Sonoma City Council. The Sonoma City Council did say tonight that they are looking forward to hearing and getting counsel from the North Sonoma Valley MAC before they ultimately send their letter off to the supervisors in a couple weeks. Mayor Ding, the new Mayor Ding in Sonoma said, we can do much better. We need to take more time to do this right. And yes, Supervisor Gorin, we are not no. We want housing. We want something special. We are working hard on this. As Sonoma City Council member Sandra Lowe said tonight, what does this site deserve? And I think we're working that out. And I do believe that what we're hearing together is we have a positive vision and we're working on it and we can do it. Thank you, North Sonoma Valley MAC, and thank you, Arthur.
Thank you, Nick. And thanks for having a foot in both meetings. That's an important connection we've needed. Okay, next public comment.
Next up is Bonnie. Bonnie, you should be able to unmute.
Welcome, Bonnie.
Hi, thank you. I was just at City Council and presented this concept. The means by which we would repurpose and re-envision this SDC site hasn't been addressed in one really important issue. And that is that building new construction is one of the largest contributors to greenhouse gas emissions in this country, well, throughout the world, of course. But we have an opportunity here to do adaptive reuse on buildings. And Susan, I know that Permit Sonoma has said, oh, it's much more expensive to do that. People who haven't done it or don't have experience with it say that, and it's not true. I will be sending you more information and links to that so that you can see that. We have a history of architecture here from the Victorian era of the turn of the last century, the Kirkbride style of architecture for the PEC building, for all of the institutions like this throughout California were built that way. We've got modern and postmodern. The residential buildings are of the Pueblo style with the tile roofs and cement and center courtyards. We have history here, and we have to, our earth is in trouble. We've done it, and we can fix it. The amount of carbon emissions to demolish buildings, bring in all new materials, the transport and rebuild is massive. And we have to consider this at this site. And let's preserve the architectural history, the legacy of this whole property in terms of especially the built campus. And let's do this right and not create carbon emissions that are massive. We all need to do our part. And this is a beautiful example of what can be done. I know we can do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Bonnie. And I'll take that as a strong vote for adaptive reuse, which accomplishes multiple objectives. Tracy Salcido has her hand up. Since she was a presenter, let's hear from her. I assume it's.
Chair Doss, through the chair, should I first close the public comment? There are no further hands.
No further hands? Okay, sure.
Hi. So I'll just wrap it up by saying that one of the purposes of what the exercise that Shannon and I went through and that I've talked with Kate about and that I've talked with other people about is that we do have a real positive vision for SDC. And we've articulated that over the last few years in all of our conversations. And so, for Supervisor Gorin and for all of the other supervisors and for all of our legislators, they need to know that we've got a vision. We've already articulated that, and it's good to re-articulate. But yeah, we're here to do the right thing, and have been saying that for years now. So when we ask for more time, it's because, you know, we've got what the consultants came up with and what the planners came up with. It took them 3 years and $3 million. And we're being asked to take what we've already done and make it better in a month. And that's, I think, the crux of it. If we can ask for just a little bit more time so that we can do it right, you know, that's what we need. So I'll just leave it there.
Thank you, Tracy. And if there's no other hands up, we can move on to our second presenter, which is Kate Eagles, who serves on the North Sonoma Valley MAC SDC ad hoc, and she's gonna, the ad hoc committee is responsible for drafting the letter to the supervisors and the whatever form that takes. You know, I think it's still in process right now, but what will be delivered to the supervisors in January, they're responsible for that. So thank you, Kate.
Sure. Can you hear me, guys?
Yeah.
I'm going to keep this short because I think Tracy covered a lot of this so well, and I know we're getting a bit tired, and we want to get to a little discussion of how we're going to sort of outline the letter that we'd like to get to the supervisors. So I am with the ad hoc group along with my colleagues, my MAC colleagues, Angela Nardo Morgan and Matt Dickey, and I am going to talk to you tonight just really quickly to sort of summarize what happened at the joint meeting on November 17th. Many of you were there, you know what happened, but just to summarize, we had over 300 community members participating, which was great. And that was the joint meeting of the two MACs and the Sonoma Valley Citizens Advisory Council. We had 42 members providing public comment at the end of the meeting, and it was a 4.5-hour meeting. So those folks waited for a long time to make their comments. So we appreciate that. And 11 submitted written comments, plus a few more that we've been getting in advance of this meeting. While no public comments were supportive of the SDC alternative plans as presented, there was certainly some support for some of those elements, and we'll be talking about that as we look toward drafting the letter that we've been talking about tonight. So I'm sorry, I had the same problem Tracy has. I have my little people. Actually, I can reduce you, can't I? There we go. So I'm not going to go through this in too much detail, but what we tried to do as the ad hoc was look at all those 42 plus the extra 11 comments we got in writing and try to characterize them and we approached it by trying to divide them into categories. Again, I won't go through too much of this because I think we've really covered a lot of these, and this is not meant to be a weighted analysis. A lot of the comments were nuanced and had multiple points, but I think we just tried to sort of categorize what we were hearing from people, and I don't think there'll be a lot of surprises. And I'm going to make just a couple of comments on these, but I'm not going to spend a lot of time here. Open space, I think, is very obvious. Scale, as in housing scale, we had a lot of comments about not in keeping with the surrounding neighborhood and rural character, and other impact specific comments like traffic and other concerns. The funding approach was flawed. We've talked about that a lot, how we have to make up the money required for mitigation or infrastructure through the density of housing and commercial development. That was considered a problem. I think everyone's identified that tonight as well. Certainly a support in the comments for affordable housing and equity, and that innovative options to be explored. One thing we haven't touched on too much, before I leave affordable housing, we did not have a lot of comments on jobs and commercial development. And I think one of the comments we did receive may identify why that's the case. It's hard when we don't have identified tenants to really understand how to comment on that and what that means in terms of job development and how feasible that is if there's a lot of commercial space without identified tenants. I think that might have been one of the challenges. And also it was expressed that we have to get the jobs right. In other words, we have a job shortage in the Valley, and maybe what we really have is a housing shortage, not a job shortage. But I think, you know, there's still understanding that jobs development is something to look at. So we didn't get a lot of comments there, so it's not one of the 7. And I think that might be why it's a little harder for folks to get their head around what that looks like. One thing, the changing times were not reflected. A lot of comments that when we started this process, 6 years ago or so, we didn't have the same sense of wildfire danger, of evacuation, even of water and climate change and sustainability. And some of the comments really reflected that we really need to look at that analysis a lot more carefully and critically. And that on the positive side, there's a real opportunity here to do so. And so we need to seize that opportunity. The fourth alternative, more time needed, I think is self-explanatory. And then we had some specific requests, for example, veterans rehab facility or more agricultural emphasis. Going back to what Tracy presented in the visions, she presented 7 sort of occasions where a vision was stated. These are listed in sort of the order of most prevalence in those vision statements. So open space was at the top, for example, affordable housing, community character, and economic feasibility were next. I think you can see that they pretty much still align for the most part with what we heard in the comments at the November 17th meeting. So I'm going to leave this there, really. We just wanted to do a kind of a quick sort of overview of what we heard. And I hope I didn't miss anyone's comment. We had a lot of great and nuanced comments, but that gives sort of an overview. And unless John is back, John McCall of Sonoma Land Trust was due to present. I can't see my screen right now, but I assume John is still not able to. So Chair Dawson, if okay, I can segue right into sort of looking at the feedback we've heard and gotten to date and start to build the outline for that letter. Is that okay?
Yeah, I think that's fine. Yeah, I don't have the whole story on the trust that John would have, but so that's something, we do want to look at those alternatives, whatever that means. If it's not actually a trust, maybe some kind of community organization. I don't know. There's some possibilities there, but let's hold off on that. Maybe we can hear from John in January, and if possible, fold that into the letter. But for right now, I think let's just move right on.
Great. And fellow ad hoc committees, please interrupt and add anything that I have not stated here. But our understanding is that we will start to draft the letter. I think the ad hoc will start to draft it with to reflect the community feedback, which would include some reinstating of the guiding principles. I think we've had good alignment, as Tracy pointed out, for the last several years, and even in last month's meeting, and specific input on the site preferences that we've heard from all of you, reflective of community feedback and the survey results. In other words, we're not going to get ahead of where the community is the idea. So what we've heard from the community, we will reflect, and we won't go beyond that. The goal, of course, is to deliver that letter by that, I believe it's, after the January 19th MAC meeting, we deliver the letter to the Board of Supervisors. And, a couple of specifics that it potentially could include, again, if we feel like we have adequate community feedback on these issues. I told you I'd keep it pretty quick because I wanted to cut to the chase here. And as Supervisor Gordon pointed out, start talking about, okay, what do we want? Let's talk about what we want. So there you have it. So I will stop there for a moment.
Well, I'm going to venture just one idea just from the poll, and seeing, that the majority of people wanted less than 400 homes, which I was surprised it was that low, but personally I could go up to 400, 450, but I think looking at what the community is talking about, that if those were, let's just say the community wants 400 homes and we'd like them to be 90% affordable. I'll just throw that out there. We can't really vote tonight, but people can express their support or not on ideas like that. Is this helpful, Kate, to have specifics like that out there, and you can.
This is a good question about trying to write a letter in this process. So we have a lot of good feedback from the community, as I just reviewed, right? And we have the survey. If we get individual comments now, I don't know if that's helpful. I think I would ask our community here what's helpful in terms of this process. I don't know if taking specific comments right now is going to be helpful, because how do we ensure that's a community reflected vision or view. So this is the challenge, admittedly. So I think these are the types of things I think we will try to weigh in on in the letter. Of course, everyone will see the letter. This is a letter that is a letter to reflect community feedback to the Board of Supervisors. So the community will certainly see this letter and approve it. But I guess I would like any community feedback on process, on anything that's not included on this list that you think we might look at. I'll put it that way. And Chair Dawson, I'm happy for other views on this and for my fellow MAC members. But that's how I'm seeing it, so that we don't start having feedback at this point that is going to be hard to weigh and accommodate necessarily in the letter. If that makes sense.
I can hear that. So let's hear feedback from MAC council members, and then we'll hear feedback from the public. And I mean, I guess one thing I need to just state that in this process, I'm Susan, you mentioned having at least a draft plan ready to give to the supervisors in January. Did these elements, if these were more specified, whatever exactly that means, is that enough for the supervisors to take this seriously, or do they need a map, or what would the supervisors need?
I don't think they need a map. But I think they need some of the things that you just have on the screen, some of the percentage of affordable housing. Can you add some narrative about what form the housing might look like? Is it the grid kind of patterns that are in the alternatives, or is it something different? Can you find examples of what you think the housing might look like? But I just want to throw something out there. If you want affordable housing, it's going to be subsidized housing, and it's going to look similar to the Fetters apartments. It's going to look similar to the future Verano apartments on Verano Avenue, and some of the other affordable housing projects. It's going to be clustered development. It's going to be probably no higher than 3 stories. But remember, we have 3 stories already on the campus. So, I would, that's how you're going to get affordable housing. It's developers asking for local subsidies from the county or the state, and then matching those with the state and federal tax credits to pencil out and how to make those apartments affordable. And but I think it would be helpful for you to create a vision, not a map, a vision. And so see what you can do. I think the ballpark, parks, trails, wetlands, that won't mean very much to the supervisors. Okay, so someone's going to have to finance that. So what do you want to see as part of the museum, innovation hub, all those kind of things? Community center, again, will have to be financed by someone. So I think most of the information on this slide is good. And any kind of narrative or visual that you can supply would be great.
And what I'm also hearing you say is that alternative financing probably should be a part of this letter.
Yeah, and you
How can it be
might
paid
just
for?
say, we recognize that affordable housing needs to have alternative financing, and let's work together to identify sources of financing for the housing.
And if we can do some research, that can go into the letter on that, that probably would be.
There are many people doing research on sources of funding for affordable housing. I wouldn't spend a lot of time doing that.
Okay.
I've asked to have an appendices in the report talking about sources of funding for infrastructure, repair and replacement, and affordable housing and other things, microgrids. I would focus on what this feels and might look like.
Okay, thank you. Any comments from council members or questions? Yeah, Council Member Das.
Yes, Kate, in putting together the letter, I would hope that we would be able to carve out some space in that letter for the presentation on the land trust and also his housing land trust comments also. There are very amazing, innovative ways to build affordable housing. And I think not all of us know all of those ways. And it'd be good for us to hear from him. When was that scheduled, Chair Dawson?
Well, John was supposed to be here tonight, but his power went out. So
yes, I understood that part.
But hopefully he'll be able to make it on January 5th. We can have his presentation then.
And I just want to make sure that we, in writing this letter, which I appreciate all the checkpoints already, that we make sure that we have some space there so we reflect what we learn about land trust opportunities and housing land trust opportunities.
Thank you, Damon.
Yep.
Councilmember Dickey, did you have a comment? Maybe not. Okay, I saw your hand. Other council member comments? Yeah,
Angela has one.
Morgan.
Yeah, I just want to say that this was a tremendous amount of information to condense. And, it was really hard. Kate did a really brilliant job sharing the collective voice of the community. So thanks for presenting that, Kate. And I just want to support her thesis that we really need and we really want to hear from the community if we left something out or if we sort of glanced over something, because this isn't really a MAC letter. It is a letter that the MAC is writing on behalf of the community. So please, if you have anything that we missed or is not in there, or you feel needs to be in there, let us know. You can email us. I'm not sure quite how we would hear from you, but I think you could email Arthur or Kate or myself. And just want to make that clear that we're still listening. So we would like your input, and also from the other MAC members that were not on this ad hoc committee. And again, thank you to Kate for such a brilliant presentation.
Thank you, Councilmember Morgan. And let's see, Councilmember Dickey.
It occurs to me that a great many of these items that we're looking at on our screens are interrelated. It's like a web of relationships between housing, scale, affordability, adaptive reuse, or historic preservation. A community center and a museum would probably be related to each other. Job creation, if we created a microgrid or a water treatment plant or relocated a school, that would be providing jobs. So I suspect in our letter, in deference to Supervisor Gorin's preferences, we'll probably try to tie that vision of interrelated activities and vision together. So you can see the entire web of these relationships, both financially, in terms of the environmental impacts, and community impacts as well. So it's a letter that will have both vision and probably some practical value to it as well, because if we're going to talk about affordable housing, well, there's going to be percentages, and how do we relate that to dollars, that current construction costs? And we will try very hard to come up with some of those projections in an effort to satisfy the supervisor's preferences for data.
Thank you, Matt. Other council member questions or comments? Yeah, Councilmember Cooper.
Okay, am I muted?
You are?
Yeah, we can hear
you. Again, kind of specific again, but as we're talking about the housing, seems like that comes up quite a bit as a big deal. My question is to do with how deep a dive as committee members should we be involved in doing to gather information? I asked that. I've got a son that works for California Municipal Finance Authority, and they do all up and down the state. They meet with county and city governments and municipalities, and it's all he does. Do you want any kind of input about detail? And I mean, is it a waste of time and to try to?
Jed, this is Susan Gorin. The value of this community and this body is not to do research on the cost of construction or the cost of anything. It is painting a vision. There are lots of experts that will dive down deeply into economic feasibility, cost of construction, cost of adaptive reuse. I would just focus on what are the elements you want to see. And I think this list is a really good start.
So when we talk about housing, we're just talking about a vision, whether it's 3-story, 2-story, just kind of a general look, nothing about what's feasible cost-wise.
Or clustered development patterns, grid kind of development patterns, housing that creates that maintains permeability on the site. Paint a picture.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I think, Jed, you've really hit, this is going to be the tricky spot we're going to try to be working on, right? And ideally, in terms of process, it would be nice to have a framework of a draft by January 5th. It doesn't, with the holidays, it's not a lot of time. But if we're going to give the community something to look at, I think we got to, put some stuff out there and work on that balance between a list and specific data, somewhere in between. That's going to be our challenge. So, yeah.
Thanks, Kate. Other comments from the council? Councilmember Newhouser.
Thank you, Chair Arthur Dawson. If I may just dive in deep here. I'm troubled that we're having to do this over the holidays. Maybe the first thing we should do is ask that the private contractor relinquish half of their $3.5 million to do this and give it back to the community to do it right. I think that we can take the data that we have, put things forward, the 400 or less homes, the mix of affordability classes that was voted on according to the survey. But a step further would be to actually look at what the actual needs are. Now, this is data that's readily available for what affordability classes are actually are not available currently that are needed and are not being built. We could let that be a driver as our data for our recommendation. I would venture to guess it's going to be mostly, moderate and low and very low. The extremely low category is generally going to need to be for I don't know exactly what would fulfill that, because I don't think even 3-story apartments would be affordable to at the very low category. But see, this is the problem, is that if it's really hard for us to make recommendations on this without having the expertise of the planning department. That's why I think there's a lot of resentment around the community having to do this work without having it's kind of a chicken and egg thing here we have. It's hard for us to make recommendations on this without having the expertise that the planning department and the hired guns have. But that said, we can at least paint a vision. And if I were going to throw something out there, I would want to see that mix of affordability classes within a certain area dedicated to housing, because this is a zoning exercise, right? I mean, we're going to have your light commercial, the residential, whether it's rural residential or not, and have that be a mixture of, so that you don't have this huge segregation of the apartment housing complex being completely segregated from the other affordability classes. So if we're going to get down to social equity, have it be mixed. This excludes vehicles from parking. Not everyone's going to have their own little parking garage, and the parking can be segregated from that, and there can be pathways. I think the village homes example in Davis is a great example that incorporates not only the housing, but with gardens and trees and pathways, which can also allow for permeability that Susan mentioned, for wildlife, as well as for groundwater recharge within those zones. I'm sure I'll think of some other things, but I think one thing the other thing I wanted to mention is that we keep invoking the trust as a way to kind of save us. But as other planners have pointed out, the trust is really about implementation of the plan. We still have to agree on and get the county and the planning department to zone this the way it's going to be interpreted, whether it's a master developer or a trust. So, but I think that the advantage of the trust is that it will help to preserve the intent of the public benefit and the public vision, whereas the master developer may go astray. I just wanted to make that distinction. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mark. And yeah, I'm going to check out the Village Homes project in Davis. That sounds like a good place to start thinking about alternatives. Other comments from council members, or should we move on to the public? Okay, Hannah, do we have any hands raised? Yes, 8, 9, as soon as I said it.
Yes, may I first ask Councilmember Eagles, would you mind stopping sharing your screen so I can share this timer slide?
I can. I wasn't sure if it was helpful, but now you needed the timer, so let me get it off.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Sorry.
All right. First up, we have Jim. Jim, you should be able to unmute.
Welcome, Jim.
Great. Thank you, Arthur. And I want to echo Councilman Doss's comments with regards to the need to implement, the idea of the trust into this. The creation of that trust is going to require some time and research. And obviously, I think Tracy Salcido, outlined a beautiful vision, that I think can only be accomplished by a trust. And I'm very disappointed that nature saw to it that we were not able to hear from John McCall tonight. But I think that we need to be able to have that conversation and to integrate his ideas, that he may have with regards to how that might come to fore. And the other thing we may want to think about is we do need time. And I hate harping on this issue again and again. But maybe one of the things we may want to consider in the letter is a timeline, for these various elements, to provide the county supervisors with what they think they need in order to have an intelligent discussion with our state legislatures. Frankly, I don't think it's needed, but nonetheless, if that's the impediment, then let's address the impediment. So thank you very much. And I'm going to raise my hand again. Claire has returned from the Sonoma City Council meeting. And even though it's going to show as me, maybe she can say a few words afterwards.
Yes, we can restart the clock, I think. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Jim.
That's okay.
Can you restart the clock? I just want to give a very brief summary of the city council meeting. Mainly that they decided they are going to put together a letter with kind of general ideas about what they'd be looking for at the site. They will review their letter at the January 19th meeting. So I think that fits in with the timeline that I just heard with the MAC reviewing this input at January 5th. A couple of other things that I thought were important. Rajiv mentioned that yesterday they published the survey results of the 750 people that replied to the specific plan survey. And he implied that there was a lot of other opinions in that survey. So I would urge people to take a look at that. The other thing is that Sandra Lowe had said the state is waiting for the plan and resources will be available at the state and federal level. So she described it as a chicken and egg situation in terms of financing. So she thinks money will come in, but it's complicated, right? So that's the other thing. Otherwise, I think there was general lot of support for putting together all the ideas and lots of ideas thrown out. I assume it's going to be all on Zoom. So also very interesting stuff about the EIR, the specific plan, and the timeline that I might try to write up. So a better idea of how the project plan is going to work. That's it.
Thank you, Claire. I appreciate the report and appreciate your going to Sonoma for us. Next public comment.
Next up is Elizabeth. Elizabeth, you should be able to unmute.
Or it could be her husband.
Thank you very much. This is Richard. A little perspective, perhaps in comment. I heard earlier this evening that the density factor from, say, 400 housing units would be about 1,000 residents. So I looked at the population of Eldridge in 2010, and it was 1,233. And applying that ratio, that translates to 555 housing units. Just for comparison and for perspective. So my question is, have organizations, agencies such as Burbank Housing or PEP of Petaluma had any interest, discussion, and can you comment on their interest in participating in this development, this visioning?
I'll throw that to Susan.
Absolutely. They have been following the land use process for quite a while, and they're looking for opportunities to build the housing. But as I said before, PEP housing, Bridge Housing, Burbank Housing, Mid-Penn Housing are all interested in the site, all produce great projects, but they are experts at financing affordable housing, similar to the Fetters apartments that were developed by Mid-Penn Housing and initially the Verano apartments on Verano Avenue. So they're all looking at it, and there's no doubt in my mind that there will be affordable housing on the site. I suspect that I know you're all interested in a nonprofit trust, But if in fact it's sold to a development team, the development team will then negotiate with any number of different affordable housing developers for specific parcels of land to create affordable housing that will work on the site, that will be complementary to the site.
And next up, we have Alice. Alice, you should be able to unmute.
Welcome, Alice.
Yeah, hey, so two quick things. You know, when we're talking about these different things that the community wants, we want ballparks, we want, hey, a community center, and it said someone's gonna have to pay for it. I don't think it's out of the question to think that the community might actually do it. You know, give us the go ahead, give us the place, give us the opportunity. We have builders, we have architects, we have people who will support it. We can get that sucker built and we can support it and make it a go. I guarantee you. You know, it's not like we're saying, oh, we have to have this, give it to us, and we just want to use it. I mean, we want to be part of it. We want to own it. We want it to be ours. The other thing, Kate asked, what is it that the community, that are things that could help the community to wrap their heads around this and, you know, to come up with some answers? Well, I'm not exactly sure where the general plan is, but it's hard to just look at the SDC in a vacuum. I mean, it would be helpful to know what is going on in the Valley. Several months ago, Supervisor Gorin mentioned about possible significant development at Hannah Boys Center and housing there. And so how does all of that, you know, affect what's coming down the pipeline, and how do we look at it all as a conglomerate as opposed to this little pocket and this little pocket and this little pocket? That would really be helpful if we could get that sort of input from Permit Sonoma and from the county, so that we actually have the big picture and we're not just focusing on the different dots.
And you're right, Alice. There are multiple opportunities for the community to pitch in to do the tenant improvements for the museum or any number of different things. And philanthropy can play an enormous role in creating community benefits on the site. Hannah Boys Center is still in discussion, but they're firming up their plans, and they should probably submit their proposal early next year for whatever they now think that would be appropriate on their site.
All right, thank you.
Next up, we have Nancy. Nancy, you should now be able to unmute.
Welcome, Nancy.
Thank you. I just want to harken back to something that Tracy brought up about open space and how that was one of the highest priorities, if that's okay. We have a new governor. This plan that we're operating under was worked out under Governor Brown. We have Governor Newsom, and he has declared under Executive Order N8220 that he wants to look for collaborative action with the federal and local governments to conserve open space. And he's created the California Natural Resource Agency 3030 California. And they have, among the different things that they have available for everyone to work with, is California Nature Virtual and Mapping Visualization Tools. And in it, they identify conservation opportunities. And I am wondering if SDC is on their maps, so that they would be, the state would be on board being supportive with conserving that land. I mean, they've already said it in the legislation, but maybe they would be more apt to immediately deal with that open space if it were included in their very own plans for conserving it.
So thank you, Nancy. Who do we contact about that?
California Natural Resources Agency.
Okay, thank you.
And maybe Wade Crowfoot.
Wade Crowfoot?
Yeah, he's the Natural Resources Secretary.
Okay, next comment.
Next up, we have Deborah. Deborah, I believe we had some difficulties in meeting earlier, but hopefully we should be able to now. You can now unmute.
I changed devices. I hope you can hear me now.
We can
Welcome,
hear you.
Deborah.
Perfect.
Yep.
Thank you.
Excellent. Okay. I want to start by talking about the lack of craftspeople across this nation. We have a lack of tradespeople, electricians, plumbers, carpenters, that kind of thing. And we all experience that after fires, but that's a national problem. We need a trade tech. I would like to see the campus used as an educational facility to do, among other things, train people to go out into the world with jobs that would allow them to actually buy a home if they would like. And I really see just I know that Build Back Better, there's funding for schools for training. I'm moving closer to my router. Is that better?
Yeah.
Anyway, I see so much opportunity to do as you've outlined there, to create jobs by training people for the future. There are so many innovative ways to build now. That could be an emphasis. The housing on the campus could be for, no one's mentioned developmentally disabled, which is a requirement, as I understand it, that we provide housing for them. We can also provide facilities on that campus for them to receive essential services, including special education. I just see this as such a rich opportunity to really benefit the entire county by educating people. And I really don't want to see that overlooked. There's a wonderful campus, Berea College in Kentucky, where everyone works on the campus. No one pays tuition. They do fantastic work. And I've sent you all a letter in which I describe quite a bit of this. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Deborah. I'm glad you got on that time.
Thank you.
And next up, we have Richard. Richard,
welcome, Richard.
You.
Can't hear you. It doesn't look like you're muted though, Richard. Shall we, Richard, if you can hear me, we'll come back to you in a minute. Let's go to the next person and then we'll come back to Richard.
All right, sounds good. Next up, we have Bonnie. Bonnie, you should be able to mute.
Welcome, Bonnie.
Hi, thank you. Boy, there's some exciting ideas happening here. Under affordable housing, I think we could address affordable ownership. There are ways to do that also. Tiny homes. Young people are actually doing that throughout this country. If you Google that, tiny homes, we're not talking about like at Los Guagos. This is where they really pare down and have a beautiful little home. And we can build those right there. And the idea Nancy had about a trade school is fantastic. Our young people need to have ways of earning a good living without going to college. Sounds wonderful. Also, for home ownership, there could be a coach courtyard. That is the old terminology is a trailer park, or trailer mobile home park. They're called coaches, and they don't move anywhere. So the term mobile home really doesn't work anymore. But having a coach courtyard where people can own their home, it's an affordable way for home ownership. And that's something that the Land Trust, Sonoma Land Trust, Housing Trust works with, because they are only for people having affordable homes to have their own place, not just an apartment. I love the Fetters thing that Mid-Penn did up there. They have services for their people. Mid-Penn does an excellent job in managing their apartments afterwards for people. They have their own gardens there. That could be wonderful, but there are other ways. I hope that we can put in there some description of creative ways of affordable homes, live workspaces that can be worked in with the tradespeople training for artists and craftspeople. So affordable home ownership, also please include that in addition to the apartments that can be built. Thank you.
Thank you, Bonnie. And is Richard available? Is he?
I'm going to try again. Richard, you should now be able to unmute.
Try again. Am I live?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Welcome,
We can
Richard.
hear you.
Thanks. Just wanted again to commend the amazing presentation that were done this evening and just what this community is able to come up with when it comes together. I wanted to really hone in a little bit on some of the things Mark was saying. I think he really had the right feel here. I think what we're being asked is to come up with a vision about how much, what types and where on the site. And what I'd really love us to be able to do in this letter and in this kind of vision would be to describe how the elements reference each other and especially reference each other on the site. So thinking about it in terms of how it would look if you were standing in it and what it would feel like would be, I think, a really interesting exercise for how to tie all the different pieces together. I also wanted to just echo the idea that a trust is potentially down the road, but is going to be really critical for holding the space the way the community wants it to be in going into the future. So if there's a way to develop something like that or some way of constraining the development pattern so that they have some sort of oversight for the long term, especially if we want this to be a generational kind of project, that's going to be really important. And then a couple of other personal things I'd love to see included would be a nonprofit hub, a place where organizations that are nonprofits could be working together, potentially sharing resources and back office expenses to make the cost of doing nonprofit work less so we can be doing more of our work rather than spending money on doing overhead stuff. And then lastly, as the Ecology Center, I couldn't help but also mention the environment is really important to this site and making sure that as we develop anything here, we're looking at the environmental constraints and being very careful about that in the way we describe how we would want to vision things here. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Well, lots of good ideas coming out this evening. I appreciate all the input from people.
And next up is Patricia. Patricia, you should now be able
Welcome,
to unmute.
Patricia.
Thank you. There's been some great ideas here. The one thing I wanted to emphasize was, in view of the history of the site, that we should re-envision how disability can fit into the community and be integrated. And so part of that is the museum and research center, but making sure that all the units are visitable. They are, a person with a wheelchair should be able to get into them. Playgrounds and gardens should be accessible. As Nancy was saying, maybe, well, if we have housing for developmentally disabled and job training, things like that. And I think, if this could be integrating all the other aspects of the environment and all that, this could be a model community that we just, state could be proud of, and a showcase for all the great ideas the community has here. Thank you.
Thank you, Patricia. And next.
Next up, we have Sharon.
Welcome, Sharon.
Sharon, you should now be able to unmute.
Okay, I think I've done that. Yeah, some of the previous comments just took some of what I was going to say, and we need to have things for the developmentally disabled people, autistic people, things like Sweetwater Spectrum in Sonoma, things like that would belong at this caretaking site. And we need to think about the Ecology Center continuing to have a presence there. We need to think about the ownership and not just rental for people. And, I don't know who the good people to talk to about that are, but there's, one of those was out there on Napa Road and Jones and near 5th Street East in Sonoma. There's a whole little community there. And then these areas should be intermixed so that no one is just like, there's the poor pocket of the development. That's not right. And then they need to be kind of open and not all fenced off, not parcels that are square with fences all around them, because this is the space, and then the wildlife can't move through it. So night lighting is another big thing for a wildlife corridor in the creek area. So there's a lot to think about. I know we've got a lot of great people working on it, and I was glad to hear the comments, and the presentations have been fantastic, and the survey was great too. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Sharon. Thanks for being here. And next,
Next up is John. John.
Welcome, John.
Hey, Arthur, how you doing?
Good.
Good. Hey, just a quick comment. I'm thinking we might need some professional help on this, maybe a developer or architect, just to be able to put some of these ideas on paper. It's just a lot easier, I think, for everyone, the people that are doing it, to envision exactly what it's going to look like, and then also something to present to the supervisors. The name that kind of comes to mind is Orrin Thyssen. I know he developed the Windsor Green. He did some projects in Graydon and some projects in Sebastopol. Maybe not him, but someone like him that has kind of an eye for this stuff and is local, and has a good vision for what it would look like, or what it should look like, or what it could look like. It just seems like our timeline is pretty short, and to try and get something together in this timeline, it just seems like pretty insurmountable task without getting someone that has some ideas, some outside ideas about how it would all fit together, instead of just a bunch of ideas, put in a mixer, just to kind of sort it out. Anyway, that's my comment.
Thanks, John. And just a quick comment. Part of our plan is to get a planner to work on, further developing what we're coming up with. That's still kind of, it's not set yet, but Land Trust has said they might be able to help us hire a planner. So we're thinking about getting a professional, and I totally agree with you that it would be, we're all amateurs here. We got lots of ideas, and we need a professional to help us pull it together. Okay, next.
Next up is Debbie.
Welcome, Debbie.
Hi, thanks. I'm looking forward to the discussions about the trust opportunities, the trust governance models, especially what Councilmember Newhouser said. I think that would be a great discussion. But what I wanted to ask about is, I've not heard a discussion about a model such as Habitat for Humanity. We were very familiar with that model when we were in Colorado for a number of years. And I'm not familiar with the local Habitat for Humanity, but it's a very popular and well-respected affordable ownership model. Habitat for Humanity would come in as the developer in a situation like this, and the long-term prospects are very healthy for families to have affordable home ownership. I don't know if that's ever been mentioned as a possible model or a possible partner in terms of the developer of some space at the SDC, but it's just an idea that I'm wondering if it's worth discussing at some point down the road. In the meantime, the trust governance models might have a very attractive opportunity given what Mark said about the trust governance model. Thanks.
Thank you, Debbie. And Susan, do you have a quick response to the Habitat for Humanity comment?
It's great. I have a lot of friends who volunteer their services building homes for Habitat for Humanity. There are a couple of projects in Santa Rosa. In fact, Efren Carrillo is one of the families that worked on equity and moved into a Habitat home. I've heard that recently they have dissolved in Sonoma County because they had financial difficulties, but it doesn't mean that the sweat equity model could not be considered for here, but they need a donation of land, of course.
All right, thanks. And next, and Councilmember Newhouser.
Through the chair, might I suggest we finish public comment before going to council member comments?
Sure, yeah.
Thank you, sorry about that. We have one more hand. This is for Bean. Bean, you should be able to unmute.
Okay, hi there. One quick thing, since you mentioned Habitat for Humanity, I've talked with Wayne Kleefeld, who's the head of Habitat for Humanity in Santa Rosa. He said, we have a lot more to talk about, but he said he's very interested in participating and seeing how they can help with this. So that was a positive sign. a couple of people mentioned the Fedder's apartments about as examples of good affordable housing. And so just because I like doing the numbers, I looked at how big a lot it is and how many houses are there and how many units. And it works out to, they have about 2.5 acres for 60 units, and that includes a half-acre park, which means that we could put, at that density, 20 acres would give you 600 units, which is, maybe too much already. But it does show that with 2- and 3-story affordable units, you can provide a lot of housing without disrupting, with very little disruption in terms of the actual amount of open space that's used. So that was, I'll say, encouraging. Anyway, that was my comment. Thanks.
Thank you, Bean. And is there another comment?
There are no further hands, so I'll go ahead and stop the screen share.
And Councilmember Newhouser?
Thanks. I just wanted to ask Supervisor Gorin about how much we can actually restrict the land use to specific classes of affordability and where, say, the housing would go, in segregating or the light commercial from, say, the housing component. And then even within the light commercial, there was discussion about, how do you determine what actually inhabits that area? Because, people really support the nonprofits, but what if a for-profit organization got the winning bid? I mean, how restrictive can the zoning be in order to protect the public's vision?
Well, first of all, I think it's going to be important, and the specific plan and the Land Trust and Sonoma Mountain Preservation and the Ecology Center will really put some guardrails around the riparian corridors and preservation and suggested protections for the wildlife corridor. But the kind of development that you're talking about, especially you, Mark, looking at the village homes, for example, emphasize permeability on the site rather than the grid kind of development patterns that are present in the alternatives that also can enhance the wildlife capacity and protections on the site. That's the point of the zoning, is that they can, the specific plan will pretty much say, okay, this iconic brick building is going to stay there. And the best use of that and the kind of zoning for that would be the superintendent's house, would be this area to the south. This might be for these kind of uses. And here's the zoning that might be for those kind of uses. Do you want to see mixed use development on the site with some of the buildings so that you could do adaptive reuse with retail on the bottom, offices and apartments on the top? Is that the best use that you want to see and want to explore? Here are the places, here are the kind of businesses that we could see on the site. And actually, this is an opportunity for some shared equity because we know that many people might want to start businesses on the site and they might want to own businesses on the site. Where should that be and what kind of businesses do you think are appropriate, perhaps in existing buildings? And so I think this is where the creativity comes in. You could say, okay, we like to see clustered development here. Would it be an interesting concept to integrate an element of affordable housing plus duplexes, fourplexes, market rate housing in this area of developmental center? I don't know that it's possible because the financing of affordable housing is very specific, and market rate and affordable housing doesn't always mix. But we have Susan Oldroyd on this map, on this map, She's an architect. She's been very, very quiet, Susan. I think you need to say a few things.
I been, I can't, Arthur had talked about having own or 90% affordable housing at a low density. And I can't really support that. I don't know if I can say it, but it's not going to pay for itself. And I'm a realist, and I've studied all the things that have been said that Susan said, and I'm very pragmatic about it. So I look at all the suggestions that are made and I click, will that work or will that not work? So I want to reach a positive solution that can be built. That's always my goal as an architect.
Thanks, Susan.
So can I ask a follow-up question? So Susan, and not to put you on the spot, Susan Oldroyd, Councilwoman Oldroyd, do you feel that it's just not possible to do intermixed at all?
No, I feel intermixed is very possible.
You think it is?
Yeah,
Okay.
but not 90%, not 90% affordable.
Mm-hmm. What do you see? I mean,
I'm not a numbers person.
Mm-hmm. But you're just thinking of it as in being able to finance, be it economically feasible?
No, I want the best solution possible that is economically feasible.
Right. Right. And so you think it would have to be probably a higher proportion of market rate, or?
Yes.
I see what you're saying.
And also, yes.
But you're not comfortable putting a number on it. No. Okay. Well, that's something we need to figure out, because, even if we do rely heavily on, say, creative financing through subsidies, specialized, developers like Burbank, I mean, somehow we need to come up with what would work, and we don't want to propose something that's unworkable.
Right.
Agreed.
Well, let me just say, I don't think it's the job of the MAC to try to pencil something out. That's the job of the professional planners, and they're going to do what they're going to do in order to pencil it out. It is the job of the MAC, the responsibility of the MAC, to dream and to figure out what works within the context of Glen Ellen and Sonoma Valley. Dream about that. Let the professional number crunchers figure out, will it work or not?
Thanks, Susan. And Councilmember Hendren?
Yeah, hi, thanks. I think it's important that we define in our letter what we mean by certain things like affordable housing. I know that they have specific definitions, and I don't know if we all, when we speak of affordable housing, are thinking of the same definition. In the report, the alternatives all included three different types of well, at least I read it to be three different types of affordable housing. There was low-income housing, workforce housing, and I can't remember the third type. But I think it's important that we define what we mean by affordable housing. And to me, that incorporates different levels of, different income levels of housing, maybe low-income housing, workforce housing, mid-rate housing. That's all integrated, but it would be helpful if we had some common definitions so that we all knew exactly what we were talking about when we use certain words.
That information is included in the alternatives.
But the definition of what it means?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
And Councilmember Eagles. And then we'll get to Councilmember Dickey.
Yes, thank you, Supervisor Gorin. I think I was getting a little concerned about process here. I mean, I want to be realistic here because we're not going to have the time by the 8th to do all these things. So I want to be really clear with all of us on the MAC here and our community, what we can do, what we can't do. And I think we're setting ourselves a very high bar, and we have Brown Act limitations. I just don't see it. So I'm optimistic about writing a good letter, but I think it can't do everything. And we need to be super clear on this because, you know, I don't think I need to say more. And I just want to put that out there because I really appreciate all the community feedback, but now we have to figure out what this means. And that's going to be a challenge. And I don't want to minimize that challenge. And I had a quick question for Supervisor Gordon, because earlier you had mentioned the end of the year. And I think at one point we were thinking it was 2022, but I thought you meant there's something going to be published by the end of this year. Is that correct? Yeah. And can you clarify that for us? Yeah.
Yes, the county has a practice of publishing materials in advance that are of significant interest. And so they've really been crunching through to prepare the substantive reports and to get to an alternative, a preferred alternative of some detail for the community to read through and comment on. And it's my understanding that it will be published on Permit Sonoma website under SDC by the end of the year. And so I would assume in the next week or so, you might keep checking for the website to see when it is published. And it's going to be pretty easy to find. I'm interested in looking at it too. You would think that I would have special privilege. They would review all of this stuff with me. No. So I'm going to be checking the website as well, just to see what material might be presented to the Board of Supervisors at the end of January.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. Yeah.
Thanks. And Councilmember Dickey.
And let me just say, the timeline for the approval process is unclear. I have faith in the county process that it takes forever to schedule something and get it on the calendar for the CAC and the Planning Commission and then the board. It's going to take a while to get through those processes. So plus do a scoping session for the EIR and I'm sure they're working on it, but they need a scoping session and it's going to take a while. So we will have time to think through a lot, but I want to reiterate, I'm encouraging you to dream and to come up with something specific about what you want to see on the site, not to get into the minutia of whether or not it will pencil out. If you want to see cluster development, then say it. If you want to see integrated affordability within the cluster, then say that. What kind of businesses might make some sense? What kind of employment do you think might make some sense? Don't obsess over the number of units of this kind of housing and that kind of housing, and you will drive yourself crazy, as you appear to be doing right now.
All right, thank you, Susan. And Councilmember Dickey.
I suspect, excuse me, it's been a while since I spoke. So when we develop this letter, we will use standard definitions because they've already been developed. They've been expressed to the community. They're used within the construction industry, the development industry. So anything that's a standard definition, i.e. affordable housing, we will use those definitions so that there's no miscommunication about what our intent is. I do have a question for Susan Oldroyd. Susan, you were earlier speaking about your discomfort with density and whether or not it could be achieved at 90%. And I'm wondering if you were considering any of the adaptive reuse or even proof of concept, for instance, for any of the existing buildings to increase the density in certain areas and decrease it in others.
I was not speaking of density. Density is amount of units per acre, for instance. I was talking
Okay.
about percentage of.
Right. Sorry. Yes, I meant that. I'm sorry. Yes.
Oh, what I guess I want to say is I don't want this group to put numbers on it. I think it's up to the people that develop it. It's not going to be, you can, like Supervisor Gorin was saying, use descriptive terminology that does not touch on the parts that are going to be worked out in the future in the way that they have to. So you can, I've written so many documents that try and craft all these words into a way that says what we're trying to say while not trying to give a solution. It's you're talking about the process and what you want, but you don't want to solve the problem.
No, however, we are discussing sort of the nexus of politics and policy now. And, if part of our vision as a community that the predominant part of this development in terms of residency is to be affordable housing, wouldn't we want to express that in our document?
Yes, you would.
And so, I mean, that goes to Susan, to Supervisor Gorin. We're saying to you, Supervisor Gorin, listen, we know just for a number, we find 400 units acceptable, but our vision of that is that 75% of them be affordable, and then we break down what affordable means to us as a community based on the presentations that have been made to us, so that we use standard definitions of what that means. But it seems to me that it also fits part of the vision that we are trying to achieve as a community, that we want affordable housing. Most of us have children or nephews or nieces, and they want to live here. And this is one of the ways that we can achieve that, is by increasing the percentages of affordable housing in these types of developments.
And Matt, I would then offer a disclaimer and offer a recognition that if you want that many units or percentage of affordable housing, you recognize that subsidized housing is not going to help to pencil out the infrastructure needs. Therefore, the state will need to contribute a significant amount of funds to upgrade the infrastructure to allow affordable housing on the site, which is a primary goal of them.
Absolutely agree.
So
Absolutely.
Get back to what the priorities of the state are, and they want to sell it, fine, but they want to, as someone mentioned, they want intact watersheds, they want a place for carbon sequestration, they want a place for the future that would be positive for climate change. They could want an innovation hub. They want housing, housing, housing. And they have a responsibility to help with that.
So Susan, just with your comments there, doesn't it make sense that they say to us, well, we can't help you build affordable housing. That's up to the developer, but they can be responsible for the cleanup of the infrastructure that reduces the overhead cost, and by virtue of that can increase the percentage of affordable housing. So they say to themselves, well, okay, we can't really build the housing, but we can put money into the infrastructure improvements or just removing them entirely because they're toxic. And so by virtue of their third-party financing, they do it.
And be very specific in linking those two things together.
Okay.
A goal of the state is housing, affordable housing. In order to accomplish that on this site, which we support, then the state will need to make significant contributions to helping upgrade the infrastructure.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Susan. Thank you, Matt. Councilmember Newhouser.
Me, thank you. Process question. Kate very wisely drew us back to reality here in saying that we have a very limited amount of time in order to produce a reasonable request in the form of this letter. And I'm wondering, can we do some of this offline, if not just editing or submitting comments to a draft document in the interim without violating some Brown Act restriction? And I'd like for us to explore that as a potential for us to be able to work on this, especially since it's going to be mostly over the holidays. And we're hoping to have a draft that would have everyone's input, at least everyone on the council's input, prior to January 5th.
It's a good suggestion, Mark. In fact, you do have an SDC subcommittee, and a suggestion that you might consider is taking a couple of minutes, going around to all of the MAC members and saying, what is it that you want to include in the comments? And have the SDC committee or a new committee plus the chair or something, then take those comments, develop a draft, bring it forward to the MAC members in January for further comment revision and approval.
So Susan, would that happen tonight, or is this something that would be in between?
Yeah.
I would encourage you to take the opportunity right now to say, what are the 5 things you want to see incorporated in the comments? And this is being recorded, so you'll be able to review that, and the transcriber will capture that. And then whatever committee is going to take charge, you can't have all of you draft the comments. So assign a group of you, maybe the SDC committee, to develop the comments. You have some weeks, you don't have to do it on Christmas Day. And so develop the comments and then bring it back to the MAC for review at your next meeting.
When you say develop the comments, you mean what should go in the letter? Like
Write it.
comments on, sorry?
Someone's going to have to write down the comments. You can't spend the next 6 hours, all of you, drafting the comments.
A follow-up question, if I may. What you're asking us to do right now is basically do a round robin and without any preparation, be able to comment on exactly what we want as a part of this letter. And I'm wondering, I don't know if that's going to be capture everything that many of us have expressed in multiple letters to the planning department and to Diet and Batia or to you. Can the ad hoc committee use anything that has been written and submitted to the county as a part of this letter?
Sure.
Okay, so then that means that we can just basically, it's all public information anyway. We could just channel that over to Kate and the ad hoc committee in order to utilize for that, for the drafting of this letter. Does that sound reasonable? Okay. I mean,
I have a clarifying question, if you don't mind, Chair Nelson.
Yeah, Kate.
Because I'm under the impression, I've looked at a lot of the comment and just read through it a lot, and we have the survey now, that we're obviously community members, but we're also the conduit for community input. So this is my struggle here. I don't know if it's about us, right? We have a lot of community input that we can start putting into the letter. I just want to be very clear on our intent here, and so that we don't kind of muddy the waters. So any comment on that would be helpful from anybody.
Yeah, Councilmember Morgan.
I sort of agree with that when Mark and even Susan was bringing this up. I thought the whole idea was for us, as Kate said, to be the voice of the community. It's not about what we want. It's about reflecting the community's vision. So I'm not sure why we need to go around in a circle and do that, because as Kate said, we went through all of these comments with a fine tooth comb and really looked at, it's presented right there in Kate's, when she shared the screen. And aside from that, couldn't you just email your comments to us? I'm not sure we have to do it tonight unless you feel that's really important, but yeah.
It's public.
Right, public thing, okay.
I mean,
Well,
I agree. I think it is.
I worry about your emailed comments.
Okay, I do understand that.
About the Brown Act, which is why I said, synthesize your comments now while you're in public, and then those comments will be captured, as well as using the additional source information of comments submitted by the community.
So I'll just start and yeah, and I don't feel very well prepared in one sense, but another sense, I've been thinking about this for, years on some level. But I would say that I feel like I support the results of the poll. So, affordable housing is a priority. Open space is a priority. I do like some of the other ideas that have come up tonight, like the some kind of a tech school, as a place for, I even thought maybe there could be a construction school that could construct the houses and train people into those trades. Wouldn't be a bad thing. It'd be a great thing. Well, there's so much else in here, but I know we've been talking about not getting into the numbers, but I really do feel like the number of people does impact the character of my community. So I do feel like 400 to 450 dwelling units is an important cutoff to preserve the character of Glen Ellen. And I'll pass it on to whoever else wants to speak.
I'll go. I want to say, rather than lowering the density, I want to put specific requirements in place that say, for instance, that you can't see the units from the road or whatever it is that's decided upon, rather than having a hard cutoff. I also want to see the integration of the low income with the market rates, so that you can't really tell. So that, sometimes they talk about in San Francisco, the poor doors. You don't want to see what, in a different sense, the low income. I'm also passionate about the deer and animals being able to go through the houses, like at the Presidio with no fences. And I'm an avid EV owner, so I really would want to say that there has to be EV charging and limitations of cars.
Yeah, I find it hard there's so many good ideas that I want to, everything you said, I agree with. And I do like the clustered, what's it called? Clustered integrated affordability. I think there's a lot of advantage to that. But there's, and the electric microgrid, all that stuff, and so much more. But I won't try to remember everything that I've thought of. Let's see, Damon, do you want to go next?
Sure. As I already stated, I really want to keep focus on the land trust and the housing land trust, and looking at affordability and definitions of affordability, as Matthew brought up. The wildlife corridor is very important. If you've done any hiking down there by the creek, as you go to the main intersection and turn left from the way I'm coming, I forget the name of that street, but that's just an incredibly beautiful area. Want to make sure that's maintained. And I'm curious about the community center. I need to know more, but that's enough.
Thanks, Damon. And let's see, Vicky.
Sure. Well, I'm just going to really echo, what others have already said. The way I interpret the comments that we've received is predominantly affordable housing, integrated affordable housing, constructed in a way that enhances the permeability so that the wildlife is free to roam through and there's lots of open space, maintaining the open space that's already there. I mean, I think the comments that we've received and the feedback we've had has been really great and helpful in coming up with a vision. And I hope we can, if I can help in any way in writing the letter, please let me know.
All right, thanks, Vicki. And Matt?
I think the poll represented most of what I envisioned for the site. And being on the committee, obviously, I will have the opportunity to help with the definitions of things, which I think are really important. Again, that nexus of policy and politics. And as a community, that's what we hope. We're going to try and define these terms as clearly as we can for ourselves. So I'm going with definitions.
All right, thanks. Definitions for 200. Councilmember Newhouser.
Well, thanks, Arthur. There's so much here, and I have to go back to what was said earlier. When I said submitting comments, this is not just about submitting comments about what we as individuals may want or foresee. It's about getting to the specificity needed to make land use decisions. And unfortunately, to date, most of the visioning, and even other than the housing numbers and the affordability mix, have not been addressed quantitatively. And there's certain things that we need to put numbers on, or we need to define, even if we do it in, let's say, just descriptive terms. We need to imply quantitative elements, the number of homes, right, to keep the rural character, the emphasis on the affordability and the mixture. I mean, I guess we could say that without specifying specific percentages, but I suggested earlier that we follow the percentages that are actually needed, that the county has identified as being a deficit, as in very low and moderate and low characters. But if I were to suggest anything, I would say that like, for example, the creeks. This is the input I've gotten from biologists. We should have 100-foot setbacks. We should respect the fact that there are designs in place for putting in floodplain restoration projects. Right now, the way the alternatives are drawn, they don't show proper setbacks. Even right now, they're 50-foot, but even within the 50-foot zone, we're showing parks. And these are green space that are identified for parks for the subdivisions that are proposed. That's just unacceptable. I mean, if you're going to really respect wildlife corridors, and the stream corridor is one such corridor, then we need to have a full 100-foot setback. And then if you take into account wildfire protections, then you need another 100 feet between the edge of the corridor and any built home, so that you don't have to go in there and remove all the riparian habitat in order to protect homes from fires. These are all things that need to be described very quantitatively if we're going to actually have effective protection of our conservation of natural resources. So we have to get real, and I don't know how we're going to do that except for giving specific numbers. To me, it all boils down to density of the population and the direct result of having a lot of people on this property that are going to impact the conservation elements. So I vote for under the 400 units, higher proportions of affordability classes, and whatever that mix is appropriate, having a minimum of 100 feet setbacks from the top of bank for creeks, and also the setbacks from the edges of the established corridor. If the state has generously set aside 700 acres for the wildlife corridor, then there should be a minimum of 100 feet from the edge of that to any housing developments, so that the efficacy of the corridor is maintained. Other than that, I think that we also should use these performance measures that John McCall is unfortunately not here to represent, which is if the roads cannot, if it's F-rated roads with a certain amount of development, and that creates a fire hazard because people can't evacuate, then we should adjust the density in order to not have such severe impacts on our traffic. Otherwise, and also, the fencing, that's something that we haven't really addressed, and yet I've heard it come up 3 or 4 times tonight. I agree. I think if we can some way zone a neighborhood so that you can't put up fences, so be it. But that's something that we would be saying, subjectively, that we want, and not necessarily what the public has dictated. So it's a fine line between us representing only what the community has said they want, and us trying to put a little bit more flesh on the bones here and describe something in a way that it's truly visionary. And therein lies the challenge. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. And I think, if we expand our idea of community out into, all the wildlife and all the plants, then, to me, that's part of it. We're the humans making the plans, but there's a lot of other things that are part of our community that are not human.
You're going to speak for the fish and the critters?
Yeah.
All right, go Arthur.
So I think the only person we haven't heard from is Kate. Do you want to say anything?
I don't think I have much that hasn't been said by you all in the community. So yeah, I have no great words of wisdom. Thanks.
Great. And I think I did see a hand or two up from the public who are still soldiering on here with us.
Damon has one comment, Arthur.
Who's that?
Damon.
Oh, Damon.
Just God bless you, Kate.
See how it goes.
So through the chair, we have already opened and closed public comment for this item. So I don't know if you want me to reopen it, or if you want me to suggest that anyone, if they have additional comments, can email them to me and I can forward them.
Yeah, that's probably best. We're getting close to 10 o'clock. Let's so folks who are still out there want to make comments, please email those to Hannah at the county, and she'll pass those along to the MAC members.
And my email address is on the front page of the agenda. So hopefully that's easy to find.
And the next item, which hopefully we won't have any content, but reports and announcements from council members, or well, I shouldn't say that, but if there's any content, please make it short so we can wrap this up. Okay, I think we're good on that one. So consideration of items for future agenda. So we are going to have our special meeting on January 5th. And I assume I'll be meeting with Hannah to set that agenda, but basically it will be to review this letter and review the draft, and also to, if he's available, hear from John McCall about trusts. Those are the 2 items that I can see happening on January 5th. Anybody have any other thoughts?
Arthur, I want to thank you for providing the leadership to move this effort forward. All of you are taking your responsibility very seriously to reflect the passions and the attitudes of the community. That is exactly the function of the Municipal Advisory Council. And this is not easy. you are absolutely correct. It is not easy. We would have loved to have had the professional team develop a concept and a vision that we could immediately say, yes, we like that. We'll just tweak it a little bit. But I hope that this process will help us achieve something that will be very special for the SDC. And I want to wish you all a warm and safe holiday season. Hug your families tight. I'm assuming they're all vaccinated. And be safe if you travel. And yeah, enjoy a little rain, a little sun, and get out there and exercise and enjoy your community. So thank you all. Happy holidays to all of you. And again, thank you to Hannah and the transcriber. Herculean effort tonight, heavy lifting. We will get there. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Susan. And yeah, happy holidays to everybody. And thanks for hanging in there. This is a lot of work, but you know, it's important. So I just appreciate so much all the effort and engagement that everyone is showing, and that includes all the community members. And if Shannon Lee's still out there,
75 years old, I'm too old to be up this late.
Me too, Damon.
Go, David.
And that bed behind you looks pretty inviting right now. So.
I may use it. I'm in the guest bedroom, but I may use it anyway.
So through the chair, just want to make sure that you get a motion to adjourn.
Oh, yes, I need a motion to adjourn.
So I move that we adjourn.
All right, no moves. I see it seconded. All in favor of adjourning, raise your hand. Say aye.
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 All opposed? All right, this meeting is now adjourned at 9:59. We beat 10
Be
o'clock.
safe, everybody. Be safe.
Good night, everybody.
Yep.
Happy
Night, everyone.
holidays.
Good night, everyone. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.